notification is red. We are about, 12 minutes early? I don't care. I need time to get through my introductions. I felt like I kind of cheated y'all last week because I had to skip the intro. I had to skip the roll call. So I don't want to skip the roll call again tonight. So we are here early. We are in the building. We are here early. And for those of y'all that have been watching me live stream this week, you know that I've been telling you all that this is going to be a very different Friday Night Vyp from what you're used to. Yeah. Gonna be crazy tonight. Gonna be a little crazy tonight, but we here. We in the building. About to get lit, baby. About to get lit. Happy iPhone Day, by the way. I procured the iPhone 11 Pro Max. We'll get into this a little later. Won't talk about this too much right now. But we here and we live and we gotta go. We gotta go. We got to go. So it's only 10 people in here. I guess I'll give them a minute or two to follow. Let me see if I set up my thing how I want to set it up correctly tonight. Let's see. Is it set correctly? Is it set correctly? No, that's not what I want. There it is. Where is it? Where the hell did it go? Oh, there it is. Okay, cool. I got it. Okay, I got it. Cool. Ha 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 ha. All right. So you know what? Let's get into the introduction and then we can go. It's almost time to rock out anyway. So we're a little early, but who cares? Current time, 6:20 p.m. Central Standard Time, which means you are in the right place. You are on the right YouTube channel, baby. And if you're a Friday Night Vyp veteran, you know what's about to happen next, baby. You already know. But for those of you that are new here and you're not particularly sure of what's about to happen next, this is the part of the live stream where I ask you to turn your volume down. Because if you don't turn your volume down, I cannot be held liable for what your neighbor might think of you listening to some loud dude on YouTube. So turn your volume down. Let me do what I do, and then you can turn the volume level back up. Woo! But with that disclaimer out of the way, let me get into the most electrifying introduction in tech YouTube live streaming today. Woo! This is going to be fun tonight. Oh, this is going to be very, very interesting. Woo! Arms out. Look to the left. Look to the right. Because you know your boy Viper about to go to work. And here we go. What's up, people? This your boy Viper, the man about tech. And we are live! Woo! Welcome to Friday Night Vyp, baby! Woo! Oh, yeah! It is that day again! We are back! We are live on YouTube, baby! Now, before I get into tonight's festivities, let me see who I got in the chat tonight, baby. Woo! All right. Let's go back up here. First on the list, Zach Talk Tech. What's up, Zach? How you doing, bro? How you doing? We got Six Louise. What's up, Six? How you doing, man? Oh, we got Armadillo Tech is in the cut. What's up, man? How you doing? How you doing? Mediocre Tech is in the cut. How you doing, bro? How you doing? We got Juan Contreras. What's up, Juan? How you doing? We got Michael West in the cut. What's up, Michael? How you doing? We got Unlock Custom Droid. What up, man? How you doing? Who else we got? We got Trenton Marshall, a.k.a. Tech Rant. What's up, Trenton? How you doing, bro? We got the Bearded Boss. That's right, Boss. Happy iPhone Day. How you doing, man? We got Scott S. What's up, Scott? How you doing, bro? How you doing? We got my man F. Nick in the building. What's up, F. Nick? How you doing, baby? How you doing? We got my head of security, El Jefe Review. What's up, Jeff? How you doing, bro? How you doing? And that is it. I don't know if it's the early start time or people are doing other things tonight, but yeah. So let me get my guest the link here, and then I will tell y'all what's going on tonight on this particular edition of Friday Night Vyp. Let's see what we got here. Can I copy this? Copy link. Okay. And then we're going to go over to the end. And what are you doing? Hit that. Hit that. Hit that. Bam. Boom. All right. So guest has the link. Uh-oh. We got Roberto Blake. Roberto, how you doing? How you doing, Roberto? How you doing? Yes, they reversed the decision on the verification badge, which was the right move, but not here to talk about that tonight. No. We are here to talk about something else going on tonight. Let's see. We got Thishu. Says big up to those who got the iPhone. That's what's up. 25 people in the chat. How y'all doing? So, for those of my fellow creators and entrepreneurial people in general here, you know, if you're gonna be in the public eye, if you attract a large audience or you attract an audience of any kind, part of what you want to do as an entrepreneur, as a creator, public figure, whatever, is you want to work with brands, right? You want to be able to work with brands because that allows you to have access to more audience, more resources, things like that. Having brand deals and brand relationships in general is a good thing if you're a creator, entrepreneur, etc., etc. But it's not always what it cracked up to be if you're not careful about what you do and how you do with the brand. So, I don't know if you all are familiar with pop sockets. If you are, cool. If you're not, they're those things that you put on your phone with the little ring-like thing to hold up to hold your phone so you don't drop it flat on your face. Like if you're laying in bed or whatever the case may be. Basically, they're little extensions that you put on the back of your phone or other things like that to hold them in place, so you don't drop your phone, things like that. Well, pop sockets wasn't really there. I mean, they were on the map, but they weren't really on the map until about a couple of years ago when a certain YouTuber kind of made them more mainstream. They call her the pop socket queen. She goes by Kimberlea. She's very cool, but Kimberlea and pop sockets are having beef. They're not seeing eye to eye. So on this very unusual edition of Friday Night Vyper, I have invited Kimberlea to come on the show tonight and talk about her beef with pop sockets. So any moment here, we will be joined by Kimberlea, the pop socket queen, and we will talk about what is going on with her and pop sockets and where the fallout happened, how it happened, and what's next for her, things like that. If any of this is familiar to you guys, it might be because this story actually made it on The Verge this week. I think it was like yesterday or the day before yesterday. The Verge brought this up and they covered it. So some of this might seem familiar to you guys. But tonight, Kimberlea is coming to Friday Night Vyp to talk about pop sockets and what she's doing and things like that. And that is what we're doing. So she has the link. I'll just wait for her to come in and join me. And me and her are going to go one-on-one, talk about everything, Kimberlea and things like that. But that is what the plan is. Obviously, at some point during this live stream, I'll probably talk about the iPhone, but that's down the road. First thing first, it's me and Kimberlea, and we're going to get this stuff. We're going to hash it out because, woo, yeah. It is what it is. There are problems, and we got to talk about them because, you know, that's the cool thing about Friday Night Vyp. If you're a creator and you got stuff to get off your chest, I let people come on here, and I let them get stuff off their chest. So we're going to let Kimberlea up in here to get this off her chest, say what she got to say, and we'll see what happens. But like I said, this is not going to be what you're used to. I mean, it's kind of tech, but it's not really tech. But, I mean, she's cool people. I'm letting her on here. Shout out to my man, Zach Talk Tech, for making the connection. He's a good friend with Kimberlea, and obviously he knows me. So he figured it would be a good platform for her to get it off her chest. So we going to get it in, y'all. We going to get it in. It's your boy, Vyper, the man about tech. Kimberlea, the queen of pop sockets, and yeah, we're going to let it rip. We're going to let it rip tonight, baby. So before we get her in here, how many of you all picked up iPhones today? We might as well get into this now. If you guys picked up an iPhone, let me know in the chat. Let me know what you got. Let me know what color, what kind of iPhone. Woo! Let me know. Let me know. I got the space gray 256 gigabyte variant. You can't. I mean, if you're serious about your iPhoning, a 64 gigabyte iPhone not working anymore. It's not gonna work. It ain't working, bro. You gotta have at least 128 gigs. But if you buy the Pro models, you don't get that option. It's either 64, 256, or 512. Now, 512 for me is overkill, but a lot of people got the 512, so that's what's up, man. But Tech Brand said he stared at an iPhone. I don't know. I keep forgetting. Trenton Marshall said he stared at an iPhone today. That's what's up, man. That's what's up. Jason said he wondered what a Viper branded pop socket would look like. I don't know. Although I'm not really into them like that, but Kimberly is heavy into it. So that is what is up. 504 says happy iPhone day. What's up? That's what's up, 504. My man El Happy Review got a product red. Oh, Precious Red. Oh, that's right. That's right. You're right. Precious Red. You're right. C2 got an iPhone 11 Pro Max 256 green. That's what's up. And Scott said he went with Nick to get the 11 Pro Max silver. Okay, that's what's up. That is what is up. Yeah. What else we got? Mediocre Tech said he got the iPhone 11 Pro Max 256 space gray like me. That's what's up. Theodore wants to know, do you keep still or trading your previous iPhone? I'm on an iPhone every year program with Verizon. So what happens is that when the new ones come out, I pre-order, they ship me the new one, and I give them back my old one, and we just keep doing this every year. So that's how I do that. Woo. Okay, let's see. All right, let me make sure. Okay, I got. Oh, there we go. Okay, all right. So our guest of the evening has arrived. So without further ado, let me bring in the pop stocking queen in the building, Miss Kim. Yeah, hey, how you doing?
Hi, how are you?
I am good. How are you?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you perfectly.
Oh, okay, great. Let me close my door. I'm so sorry. I was ready, but I want to make sure no one hears me. Okay.
It's all good.
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. I don't know if you remember, but we actually met in person last year.
We did.
We did. We were at Vid Summit. It was a Vid Summit, yeah.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. I like Vid Summit a lot. It's a really good one.
Yeah, Vid Summit is legit. Are you going this year?
I think I am. It just depends on where I am. If I'm here or across the country doing something else. But I think if it works, I'm definitely going to go.
No doubt, man. I wish I can go, but unless a miracle happens, I'm not going to be able to make it this year. But who knows? Who knows? So, Kimberly, I read the Verge piece, and it seems like there are issues with you and Pop Socket. So, why don't you tell the story of what's happening exactly? What's going on?
Sure. I'll give you like the Cliff Notes version. People can read the article if they want. But generally speaking, I think the big picture or the thing that I really wanted to get out in the public was the gray line that's there between, working with a brand and the influencer, because this is like a new territory for a lot of people, and especially brands that, I don't know, not saying that PopSockets is one of them because they kind of started with e-commerce, but there's a lot of brands out there that started with retail. They really don't understand the landscape of influencer marketing. But for me personally, I know that they wanted to call me a fan, and they kept calling me a fan inside the article. And I think that that's sort of like a demeaning way to, I guess, like refer to me, because I think any company would appreciate someone being a fan of their product. I'm so sorry that I have to do something. I have to tell someone to open my door downstairs. So sorry. So I think anyone would like somebody to be a fan of their product, but I was way more than a fan. I helped sell their product, and of course I was an affiliate at some point, but I wasn't in the beginning. And so I think that what ended up happening with us is that I would share ideas, and definitely in the beginning, I was more open to sharing a lot of my ideas. And of course, even in passing, you end up sharing something or saying like, this would be a great idea. But for me personally, it was a video where I actually published something on my channel. And it was a hack that I came up with where it would help you to hold a cup. And it was obviously a handle, which was a pop socket. So I did that, and you know, 2 years later, I see a product that really resembles the thing I came up with. And I'm so sorry. There's someone at my door and I have to have somebody open the door because my dogs are going nuts. So I apologize. After this, I promise it'll be quiet and I'll be more focused. But
no worries, no problem.
Yeah, you can keep asking me questions.
So yeah, it's interesting to me because I mean I've heard of pop sockets, but they weren't really in like the front of my mind. And then I heard about, and then like you kind of put them on the map per se. I mean, you did videos on their product, and it kind of blew up. And then pop socket kind of became more mainstream because of you, I think. And
I would definitely say that. I mean, I don't know if they see it that way, but with just the Pop Sockets content, I have 11 million views, or probably more, because I calculated that sometime last year. So I think I have about 11 million views on just my Pop Sockets videos. I know in the article, the writer said I have 57 videos, but she really didn't go into, I think she did mention the 11 million views, but that's a lot of free press and like free content and free promo. And I think that going forward, I'm definitely going to approach brands in a different way, because as a young creator, not young in age, but like young and blooming creator in the beginning, I was so eager to work with brands that I loved. And I didn't really think of these things happening where maybe you're sharing ideas and you're very creative, because we're creators and we come up with these little innovative ideas, even though PopSockets claims that I'm not very innovative with my idea. I beg to differ, because it was clearly a concept that people liked and that thought was fun, and they ran with that, because they do need to diversify now that their grip has already kind of, you know, I don't want to say run its course, but you know, everybody knows, and it's sort of like, where can you go from here? So I don't blame them. They have a big team, and if it was my brand, I would always be thinking of like, where can we go next, you know? And they've now, you know, integrated into cases so they could get into Apple Store. Very smart move. With OtterBox, they made that relationship, and now they have to think, okay, well, where else can we go? And licensing and things like that's a really big market, and they're able to license, you know, football teams and colleges and things like that. And obviously, beer drinkers are going to want to use a koozie, so it kind of makes sense that they would create a product that they can kind of promote that way.
So
it's a good move.
It's interesting to me because, like I said, I read the article, and you, like you said, you came up with the hack to make a cup handle out of the pop socket with the koozie thingy, and then, like you see, a couple of years later, they made it an actual like product, and obviously you didn't get any credit or anything like that for it, and people were screaming holy hell about it, because they were like, "Yo, Timberlake actually came up with that hack. Are you guys gonna give her any credit?" This, that, and the other. And then I read in the article that Pop Socket actually came back with a rebuttal that this is not an original idea from Timberlake. We put an Instagram post out about this in 2015, blah, blah, blah. And I'm just
an
like,
Instagram
really?
post that has 200 likes and is in 2015, when they were not even an established brand. And just to make a point, honestly, a coffee cup has a handle on it, and there's no reason to add an additional layer of protection from holding your cup. I think that's a poor argument, because I know, as a pop socket fanatic, I like to stick pop sockets everywhere. I have them as hooks, which I showed in that video. I have them as drawer knobs. And out of any of the things I showed in that video, I would have assumed that they would come out with something like that, like a hook on your door, and, you know, make little kids get wild with the designs. And I never in a million years thought that they would use the cup and make that into a product. So I don't believe, I don't believe, but I don't have any evidence of this, and I'm not trying to prove, you know, anything with evidence, but I don't believe that that's a quality argument, because to me, that post looks as though they're promoting somebody who buys wholesale, because I looked up the company that they were promoting on the Pop Socket, and it just looks like someone slapped that on there to make a very dramatic photo, you know, like a beautiful photo in nature.
Right.
I don't think the intention was, I'm using this to hold my cup. It wasn't even a person holding a cup. Like, you can clearly see me holding it. And some of my fans have pointed out that they literally took the position, like, this is how far people are going, but they're like, Kimber, they even have it in the same spot. You know, they have it in that part of the cup. And like, I know it's a silly thing, but I think the bigger issue is, how do you protect yourself? But at the same time, how do you promote brands that you want to work with? Because clearly they're not going to want to work with you unless you show that you're creative and you're doing something new and you're innovating. But then what if they want to use one of your ideas? And my answer is usually that most brands, they usually say right off the bat, like, hey, we loved your idea. Why don't we make one that's Kimber? You know, like if Pop Sockets would have just came to me and said like, hey, cool idea. We're going to blow that up and make it really cool because we have the resources. And why don't we make one that you design? You know, like the design around it. Like maybe I could have put moon, stars, and hearts in my name on it. You know what I mean? And it's like, why not? Like, what do you have to lose by letting someone else have a piece of your shine? I don't know.
I don't like, and I mean, it's funny because I've tried to reach out to brands, things like that myself, and you know, I'm not nearly as big as you are per se. They don't care. Like they don't want to they don't like, I won't say all brands, but most bigger brands anyway, they don't want to share any credibility like with independent creators and things like that. They don't want to hear anything about that. But the thing that really gets me about this particular story is that like they show clips from in the article about your fans like raising holy hell. They were like, yo, this was Kimber's thing, and you guys are giving her no credit. Like it was her thing. Like, and you gotta understand, the internet misses nothing. The internet is still undefeated. We just saw YouTube reverse a policy 24 hours later after implementing it because the internet was pissed. So,
oh my gosh, did that happen?
It happened. Yes, they reversed the policy. Like they're no longer taking away verification check marks because people raised holy hell, and it happened all within 24 hours because the internet got pissed.
I'm excited for that. I think that the internet, I know we're calling it the internet, and it obviously is, but it's where we live. This is our culture. It's like a country, you know, it's like its own country almost. It's like we make rules. We have leaders in the community, whether those are, you know, celebrities or influencers or, you know, these voices speak really loud. And I know we're kind of just talking about the YouTube world in that sense, but everywhere. Think about stories that go viral and people have to change a policy or change the way they do something. And what I do think is interesting is I never prompted one person to do any kind of commenting. The thing that I find is very interesting is that I didn't even know about that Instagram post. I was actually out of town and I was on a little mini vacation and I was working, you know, by the pool. I had no idea that this was happening. And I got a notification and I read it, and it was odd because you can't see the photo. You know, you can just see your fan or your follower, friend. You know, those are my friends in the YouTube world. And she just said something like, remember your Pop Sockets hack video, ? And I was like, what does she mean? So I opened it up and then I saw more people saying, you know, this is her idea, this is her idea. And actually, that's what prompted me to actually stand up for myself, because I know some people message me and I just delete them and I block them, but they'll say like, you're ridiculous. And like, how can you possibly think you had anything to do with this? And I'm like, how? Well, there's a backstory. And if I was like a random person on the internet that had to did a picture in their house, that would be absolutely different. And there's no way in hell I would have spoken up if that were the case.
It's, I mean, you know what the funny thing is, actually, I shouldn't say it's funny. The sad thing is, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised that a brand would try to get over on a creator, try to take an idea that was not theirs and try to make it theirs and give the creator no credit. I'm not surprised. This type of stuff, unfortunately, happens all the time. But when you messing with a big time like yourself, like I said, the internet's not going to miss that. Your fan base is not going to miss that, and they're going to raise hell. So,
I mean, I'm still getting comments, and it's like 2 days later, and I am going to do a reaction video, and it's not going to be bashing. Like, I'm not that person. I don't bash brands, and I am a brand, so I see it from both perspectives. So that's why I kind of give, you know, I mean, I understand, like, you have to innovate, you have to make new products, but I do not do that to influencers. Like, influencers want to work with me or reach out to me. I've even told a subscriber, and this is going to happen, that I would like her to come up with a phone case design for my company. I don't know why that hurts anyone. Like, it doesn't hurt my brand. It helps me be innovative and new and exciting. But I think it is funny that, and not funny, like you said, it's interesting that these people just kind of rallied together. And, you know, I think the reason why is because I'm not just, I mean, I don't even consider myself that big, but it's a testament to how strong your voice is, no matter whether you have 1 million subscribers or like me, that haven't gotten to even that threshold where it's like 500,000, but you have people that see you as a sister. You know, they don't see you as a celebrity. Like, that's the weird part about it. We're not so far removed from a YouTuber because we pour our hearts out. You know, like, I have cried on Instagram stories, I've cried on Snapchat, I've talked about my life. And I don't think celebrities, I mean, they're starting to, but I don't think you get to see that. So they feel like they're part of my family, you know? So that's why they go to bat for you.
Absolutely. And that's the beauty of YouTube, you know, because that's why YouTube is as strong as it is right now, because creators can establish a more close-knit bond with their fans because they see creators posting videos every day. They have a chance to directly interact with them, whether it be in a comment section or on Instagram or on Twitter. Creators can establish very close bonds with their fans, and that just strengthens that relationship. And that's why when you got big brands like Pop Socket trying to maybe pilfer your ideas, your fans are like, hell no.
They remember that. I mean,
you
know what's funny is, like, if something's not memorable, and if subscribers of mine and viewers, even, because some people that have reached out were not even following me on Instagram, they saw the picture and they remembered the video and they were not even a subscriber. Like, I have people that have viewed my channel that are not a subscriber and I've gotten followers since you know, the post, but they didn't even know I was on Instagram. But then they saw other people and they were like, oh my God, I remember that too. And so the thing about it is, I mean, you've probably watched my videos before. I'm kind of silly, and I make things really fun, and I'm not, you know, serious Sally. I just want to be fun and entertaining, but also be educational and informative. And when I was doing that hack video, it was a very fun, punchy, you know, cheery video. And the first hack was that cup. So you know how YouTube is. A lot of people don't stay around, but they do for number videos. You know, if you have 10 hacks, they got to get to the end.
Right.
But generally speaking, you know, if they stayed for 5 minutes, they saw at least the one hack or two. And that's what's burned into their memory. It was a Frozen, you know, Frozen the movie. It was a Frozen cup, and Frozen was like really popular back then. And you got to understand, my demographic is tweens. And so they like that stuff, and it's like their world. So I deliberately put it on that because I thought it would be really cute and it would resonate with my audience. And so that was burned into people's head. And we keep making a joke that it's like the Frozen cup and it's burning in people's minds, but it's like, it definitely did. And that's why when people saw it, it's like that shock factor. It's like, I saw this before.
Yeah. No, yeah. Like, I mean, you were deliberate in your action. Like you said, when you know your demographic and you know that that's something that will resonate with your demographic, then that you have a chance for something special and you capitalize on that. And that's what's up. So I've heard stories from my man Zach about how you tried to reach out to Pop Sockets in the past, and they just gave you the cold shoulder, right?
That is definitely true if you date back to, you know, 2015, 2016. So I did. That's a very true statement. In the beginning, and I have heard this from other creators as well, but in the beginning, I would say maybe I had, I'm just estimating, so don't quote me on it, but maybe my first video at the time had 10,000 views. And for us in 2015, honestly, views were different. I feel like having 10,000 views was kind of a big deal. I mean, I was small, so like that was a huge deal to me. And I was like, wow, 10,000 people. Oh my gosh, that's my first takeoff video. And the whole premise of my channel was to share things in my life to make your life easier. You know, my quote was everyday tips to help you live a better life. So as a mom and, you know, someone who's always juggling a whole bunch of things, I represented that, you know, I showed that Pop Socket as something to represent something that makes your life handy. I'm a big phone person, as you probably know, but I'm a big phone person and I always like to accessorize. So they didn't have many designs. They had like 2 girly ones and all the other ones were like more masculine. And, you know, I think that like when I reached out to them the first time, I said something like, hey, I have 10,000 views on this video. And I was very innocent. So like, and I said, I wanted to know if I could possibly do a giveaway because there's so many people that want to get their hands on this because I've made it so interesting. And I think it would be really awesome if you were to gift me like 2. That's what I asked for. I was like, I think I can find the email somewhere and I might want to dig these things up. But can I have 2? And like, I represent one and like I show one on channel and then I give one away. And they were basically like, no, you can't do that. And I was like, oh, okay. And this was like maybe the first brand I ever reached out to. So I was like, huh, I thought this YouTube thing was different. Like I thought like people said you could get stuff for free. Not that that was what I was trying to do, but essentially I thought this could be an ongoing thing, and I was blown off a lot. And I started to think, and this was just my feelings, and I might have been wrong because I've never been able to know for sure, but I kind of started looking into their brand just from the internet. And I was like, you know what? This looks like a man brand. You know, it looks like maybe they don't want it. I'm serious. Like, I was like, it looks like brosif, you know, like bro. And I'm like, I'm not a bro. So, and this was way back in 2015. Things have definitely changed. But I was like, you know what? I'm like a cutesy, weird, you know, like I'm eccentric, and maybe they just don't want me to be the face of Pop Sockets, you know, and they can't help that because I dominate. And on YouTube, you know, the search is never going to stop because, by the way, I'm not stopping videos on Pop Sockets. I don't know if people thought I was stopping, but I'm not giving my crown to anyone. Like that's something I worked hard for. And it's part of my world. So my fans want to know what the newest and most fashionable tech accessories are out there. So I'm not going to deprive them of the newest and coolest stuff, like regardless.
Amen. So Janosis wants to know, are you an entrepreneur?
I would consider myself, yes. I mean, obviously I quit my day job in 2016 after I'd been doing YouTube for almost a year. And I quit on my birthday because I thought that would be a really nice milestone. And I was like, I'm quitting my job. And so now I have pretty much my whole income is from the internet. So I would definitely call it entrepreneurial. I did open my own cell phone case company in 2017. So I'm doing everything that I can to diversify and get myself in different arenas. I also own a consulting business on the side, and I help small brands and influencers grow. So that's something that's more on the DL. And, you know, if somebody contacts me, I start to entertain them. And I've been doing that for a year. So YouTube can really expand your opportunities. It's really awesome.
Yeah, YouTube is definitely, I think one of my friends, Jacqueline from Nothing But Tech, was talking about how YouTube has opened a world of opportunity for her. I mean, it's amazing the things that you can do once you open yourself up on YouTube. So
absolutely.
So now that you're kind of moving on from Pop Sockets a little bit, but not totally. What are you doing? What is your brand exactly? I know you just said that you have a cell phone case company, but what are you doing besides that? What are you doing exactly?
Okay, so how I see it right now, because I'm always actually changing that, because you have to move with, you know, the pulse and like what's going on the internet, and you have to kind of like move in certain directions. But right now, first and foremost, I am trying to grow my actual brand. So I've spent a lot of time growing brands, and it's something I'm really passionate about, and I'm not going to stop doing that. But I've started to see YouTube a little bit differently, and I see it more as, and I know this might not be the way people see it, and that's okay, because I know what I used to see it like. I used to be like, I'm going to be popular, I'm going to be famous, I'm going to be like, you know, everyone's going to know me, and I'm going to be able to work with these big brands and go on these trips and everything. And that's good. And that's a really great goal. And I think that anyone who's interested in being a creator, that's a great goal. But I think the better goal, or maybe something that I think is better, and this might be because I'm more money minded, and not that that's not, but that's more like notoriety, is to use it as a vehicle to promote things you own. So I want to build something and then use it as the outlet and the way to promote good, you know, like whatever I'm doing that I'm doing good, I want to be able to help others. And that's like a great way to get it out there. So you may not have 100,000 views on a video. You might have 5,000, but 20 of those people might decide to become a true fan. So I'm not stopping my tech accessories channel. I'm going to keep, I work with amazing brands. I work with Casetify, Casemate. I'm working with a new brand that I can't pronounce, so I'm not going to try it. But they have a Cosmos series that they came out with cell phone cases. I think it's called like iBlizon or Blizon. I don't know how to say it.
iBlazon, yep. I just did a video.
Yeah, iBlazon. So I just started working with them and did a video yesterday. It's going to come out tomorrow. So I'm not stopping that. That's the crux of my channel. And I'm really into tech, and I'm really into tech accessories. And so that's going to be one of the, I would say, like spokes on the wheel. And then On the side, I'm obviously trying to grow my cell phone case business, which is facilitated through my YouTube channel. And one thing I've always promised to my audience, and this is not going to change. And if I ever do, I told them to start using the emoji that has like the rocket ship, because it means my head is in space and I need to come back down to earth. I never want to be the type of person that's only doing Kimber stuff. Like, here's my Kimber case and here's my Kimber this and da-da. Like, that's phony. Like, I can't stand it. And I'm just like, you're only using YouTube for one thing. I've always wanted to be, like I said, the authority in phone fashion. And that means I always want to work with a plethora of brands. And I want them to see me as an expert and somebody that has a really good niche and an audience that's going to be receptive to that. I know I'm talking a lot of different things, but then I would also like to build out a coaching business, because I have 2 coaching certificates and I have a degree in psychology. So I have a relationship coaching business that I've grown since 2011. And it's on the side. I have a totally separate YouTube channel called Repurpose Perspective. And that one funnels people to coaching calls with me. And it's just relationships right now. But I got a new certification from Bulletproof. I don't know if you've ever heard of Bulletproof. They've got Bulletproof coffee. They've got like Dave Asprey is huge in the health and wellness realm. So I got to get certified in human potential coaching. And that's exactly what it sounds like. It's taking you to your full potential. And I have literally taken myself to a poor person who literally lived, and I was poor, like I lived in a 1-bedroom apartment and ate at the 99-cent store. And that's all I could afford, and had no furniture, not one. I slept and on the floor and I ate on the floor, to where I am now. And I want to help other moms, other people that are struggling and can't find their passions. So that's like a side project that I'm working on that's going to launch near Christmas time. And if I can find another way to expand my businesses, I will. But I think that's enough on my plate for now.
Yeah, it sounds like you are definitely get it done. Now, I want to take a slight detour real quick, because you know what day it is. It is iPhone day. So I got to ask you, did you pick up a new iPhone today?
Okay, so I do have it. It's on its way. Actually, Zach Talks Tech knows this. So I was texting with him, and I think we were on live video chat or whatever. And I was like, how does everyone have it already? Because mine says that it's not coming until the 27th. And I was on the phone with Apple, and they said, yeah, mine's not coming till the 27th. I bought the 11 Pro Max, and it's in the color silver. I didn't know that was so popular, but apparently it's not here yet. But I have a dummy phone, and I've been doing videos. So I've been doing case videos, and I'm going to do, I did the one you said, how do you say that? Iblazing?
Iblazing,
that one. And I'm doing Velvet Caviar, and then I'm going to be doing Casetify. So the new ones that are going to be coming out. Just a whole bunch of great cases.
Nice. That's what's up. It's always my friend Andrew Edwards always talks about diversifying your businesses and platforms and things like that. Not sticking to one platform. So that's exactly like you said. Not being about a platform per se, but being about your brand and getting your brand on as many platforms as possible. So definitely.
I think that's really important, because as you probably know, like the adpocalypse, all these things we've had on YouTube, like not wanting to verify us and this and this. I think it's so important to have like a hub. And I'm also doing that. I used to have a website where people could go to like find, everything. And then it got hacked, and like it was so bad. It was sending out emails to people. It was taking people's like passwords and stuff. So I had to switch servers to from GoDaddy to HostGator, and so I'm rebuilding my website. So that's going to now house everything: the coaching, the the iPhone cases, and what I do on YouTube. So
definitely. All right, that's good stuff. That is very good stuff. Now, so I read in the Verge article, it says that you are working with a competing brand to Pop Snocket. So can you talk a little bit about that?
Oh yeah. So I do consulting on the side, and what started, and this is so cool for people to understand, that a lot of times they think they do have to have like 1 million followers, and they have to be these like big influencers to get the attention of a brand. It's actually not true. And it depends on how you put yourself out there. And I got in touch with this brand actually from a subscriber. So So I know there's someone out there, and I don't know who it is, but they're like, always read the comments. That's like one of their main things they say, like, always read your comments. And I always read my comments. And I have been slacking lately because I kind of took a little break from the internet, but from YouTube. But I always read my comments, and I always listen to what my subscribers want or introduce to me. And, I'll give it the 5-second look. And if I'm like, nah, then I'm not going to really entertain it, because I do have to like what I talk about to an extent, or feel like it fits into my channel. But one of my subscribers was just like, hey, I know you love pop sockets. You should check out this other brand, Nuckies. I didn't know how to pronounce it in the beginning. I was like, Nukies? No, I don't know. And so it's called Nuckies. It has to do with knuckles, like holding it in your knuckles and like on your knuckles on your hand. But I checked them out, and I remember their Instagram sucked. And the first thing I thought was like, ooh, they need help. And like, I like help brands. So I was like, I need to contact them and see what's up, because I loved the way that I actually have one on my phone, but I loved the way they looked like a pop socket in a lot of ways, which I really like. But I liked how it like stood up, and I was confused on how it was standing up, because the disc looks like it detaches. So I was like, how is it sitting there? And that was really interesting for me, because I love things that are different and like new and weird. So I DM'd them, and from one DM, like Gary Vee says, you gotta get DMs. And I just emailed them in the DM, or DM'd them. And I just said like, hey, can you send me a couple of your products? And they were blown away that I was in their DMs. They were like, oh my God, we have like loved you forever. And you're like the holy grail of influencer that we would ever want to work with. And I was like, oh, well, okay. And I was like, I feel really good about myself. Like, I'm feeling this. And they literally flew me out to New York like the next week. And this time around, I already knew what happened with pop sockets. So I was like, sorry, but zoop, like nothing's happening unless I'm getting paid. And I have a lot of ideas. I have a lot of things I can help you with. And they were not hesitant to literally pay me for my ideas. And I've thought of some really good ones, and we know we're collaborating on a lot of fun things. We have a lip gloss coming out. So it's going to be a Nucky grip. And then when you open it, there's a mirror and a lip gloss, because I'm obsessed with lip glosses. And I am part of the beauty industry in a way, because I don't know, it's like fashion and beauty kind of goes hand in hand with the cases and stuff. So we're doing that. And then we actually launching an aromatherapy. So it's actually, you can put your little oils into the grip. I have one right here. This is a sample, but you can put your oils inside here, and this is cut out. So the oils are just literally go in this little pad. You've seen those little things.
Right.
And then it's magnetic, and it just closes up, and you can bring your beautiful smells. You can even do like perfumes, because I'm big on my smell. Like I want to walk in a room and have people be like, oh, wow, she smells really good. So that's 2 ideas that we have come up with together, and I think they're very innovative. So there you go, pop sockets. I mean,
I heard the shot. The shots were fired.
Sorry, but I don't know.
No. Hey. I am all about savagery here. We are all about savagery on Friday night.
Savage but sweet.
There you go. So, what iPhone are you currently using right now?
Oh, I got the very first 10 that they came out with, just like the regular 10. And this was really sentimental to me because, and I keep all my iPhones, they're behind me in like this little tray, but I have every one that they came out with. I even have the 7, I have the 8 Plus, I have the 10, but I use them mostly for business to just showcase cases. But this one was really important to me because it was the anniversary, and it kind of brought back nostalgia from 2007 when I got the first one. And I hate to say this, but it's a piece of crap. It doesn't work at all. Like, it's always crashing. It's a piece of crap. It was the first run that they had, so maybe they fixed it, but not mine. So I've had a disaster with this phone, and I cannot wait to get the new one. I'm hoping it's crap, but I love the size of this one. It's just I really miss the screen size on the Max because I've always been a Max user. But I really enjoyed this. And I think if it wasn't for the fact that I was in a hurry when I was ordering it, I actually ordered the 64 gig, which is probably why I have so many problems. Because I have a massive amount of apps that I use for business. And I've got like 500 video. I got all this stuff in there. So
no.
yeah,
You don't.
I'm constantly
No.
doing the like Google Pictures thing. I like get Google Photos, and I every day have to delete like
All right, all
600
right,
things.
all right. This is where I intervene. Let the man about tech intervene real quick. Never,
Okay, yeah.
ever get the 64 gigabyte bottle.
I know.
No, no.
I've never had that before. I don't know what I was thinking.
Oh, man, that's painful. That's painful.
Yes.
Woo! So I obviously I peruse your Instagram, and you have a fire Instagram, no doubt about it. Some of the trips and things that you do on your gram, legit.
Oh, thank you.
You are very welcome, no doubt. So you are based out of LA, right, or the West Coast?
Yeah, I'm in Los Angeles.
Have you always been out that way?
No, I was on the East Coast my whole life in Florida, and then in 2012, I moved out here to LA.
Wow, that is quite the move. You moved coast to coast, literally.
Yeah, that was the whole eating on the floor thing, because this was my dream to be here. And I was like, I don't care what it takes. I got a one-way ticket and a prayer, and that's it. And I was like, I'm going to make this happen. And too bad. I'm just like, I'm doing it. Everyone was against it. All my friends were like, don't do it. My dad was like, don't do it. You're never going to find a job.
Well, I think you have proved everybody wrong. So, hey, sometimes you got to bet on yourself.
Yeah, it's definitely true.
No doubt. So, what type of advice would you give for up and coming creators that want to work with brands? Because obviously, with your issue with Pop Socket, there are obviously some pitfalls that up and coming creators should avoid.
Yeah. So, I did graduate from law school, so I'm not giving legal advice at all because I'm not a practicing lawyer, and I wouldn't be able to do that, even if I was. But I'm not giving any kind of legal advice. But practically speaking, if you are in the situation where you are, even if you're coming up with a DIY that's taking somebody's product and you're like innovating it and making it different, it doesn't take much to go on LegalZoom and file for like a copyright, a patent. You can draw it with your own hands. You can literally draw the concept. You don't need to, just because you have to protect yourself in some way. And obviously LegalZoom and things like it will walk you through what you need. And I mean, you could probably get somebody on Fiverr to do a diagram if you need to, if it's a real product, and just submit it. You never know what's going to happen. Like, to be honest with you, I might not have done something exactly like what they came up with, because like I explained, they have an entire team innovating it. But I did speak with 2 attorneys after, the cup fiasco happened the other day. And really, if you think about the concept, and if it would have been in the statutory period, which is a year, I would have a claim. Whether it would actually fly is up to a court. But the fact of the matter is, I could have filed for their patent to be dismissed, obviously, because you could say like if I had filed, or if I would have like came with a claim in a year. Now, whether or not that would have won, that's a different story, and I'm not nobody can predict those things, but that's the fact. And like everybody needs to realize that this is a business now. It might have been fun, in 2008 to work with a brand and just fly by the seat of your pants, but look what's happening. Influencers are doing what the root word is. They're influencing buyers, they're influencing these companies and coming up with things. I mean, just to mention one person I can think off the top of my head because I really like her, but Mikey from Glam and Gore, a year ago or so, she does gore makeup and like glam makeup. That's what her whole thing is. And she made a look that Snapchat literally took. And, Snapchat is profiting in some way by these filters. I don't know exactly the whole dynamic to it, but she called them out and she was like, excuse me, but you can't just do that. Like that's a look. And even though it's not like a product, an intangible thing, you put it in a tangible medium, which is the internet. And like, even though this isn't like tangible, you're going public with it. And so I think she might've thought that. I don't really know how it ended up, but I keep seeing brands do this. I think, another brand was like the nails that I sometimes use. Like, I don't know if they're Sally Hansen or another brand, but they took a influencer nail artist, and literally took one of her design and put it on nails to sell in Walgreens. and with no permission. So you have to be careful what you put out there. And if you do have something really special, I would definitely take the time to just talk to an attorney or even just do LegalZoom and have something that you can refer to and be like, hey, I don't know if this is the same thing, but it could be. So.
Yeah, I think you bring up a very good point. It is definitely worthwhile to protect yourself if you are coming up with new, potentially innovative or creative ideas, because like you said, there's nothing for these brands to swipe an idea. I mean, there's brands that stealing from each other all the time. I mean, you got Apple stealing from Samsung, Samsung stealing from Apple. You just alluded to Snapchat stealing the British girl's look. I mean, this stuff happens all the time. So
they stole my look.
They stole her look.
It is funny, but it's like it is cute and funny, but at the same time, it's like that person feels a pit, and they get this gut feeling like, I loved this brand, and that's actually what's funny is at the end of the article. Those were my words, the reporter kind of relayed where I said, I haven't forgotten about Pop Sockets, and that it feels like I basically like broke up like with a guy, it's like, it's really sad. And actually that's exactly how I've been telling people all along that I felt like this is someone I had a crush on, and they never really wanted to give me the time of day, and then finally I started getting like new guys interested because those are like other brands. And all of a sudden the guy's like, well, I don't like those people, so I don't want you. You like me, and I don't want you with them. And so I was like, okay, well, what are you going to promise me? And the dude's like, I'm going to promise to be nice to you, to give you everything you want. And then sort of you don't see that happening. The dude always gives these promises, and then he's just like with his friends, and he said he was going to spend like 3 nights with you a week. And then you're like, bro, like you're not doing what I want. And then another guy swoops in, which would be Nuckies, and they treat you like a freaking princess. And you're like, you know what? I think I'm ready. I think I'm ready to just break up with this dude. But then before you could do it, he cheats on you. So you're like, oh, now I can just go off. Like, I'm just going to go off. Like, you cheated, you betrayed me. And that's the story I told the reporter. I was like, that's how I feel. But in your gut, it hurts. It still hurts. You're like, you lost someone you loved and really wanted to make it work. And it didn't.
Yeah, man, it sucks. But I mean, it's weird and it's sad in a way. But I mean, as brands do, creators and influencers have to do too. You just got to move on. I mean, if you can't work, so if you're trying to work with a brand and for whatever reason they just refuse to work with you or they won't give you the time of day, there's other brands out there that will give you the time of day. So you just got to move on.
Absolutely.
And find a brand that works and that will job and work best with you, and then say goodbye to that other brand that lost their opportunity. Bye, Felicia. Yeah. We don't need you.
Exactly. I was just gonna say that. I mean, it's true. You have to. Another thing I can just say, I don't know how long we have, but another thing I think is really important is you have to look out for yourself. You really do. Like, I used to be very weak in this area. I used to be like, oh well, and my fiance knows. He would be like, what? And I'd be like, yeah, I don't want to hurt the brand. Like, I would say, like, I don't want them to hate me. And he's like, who cares? Like, you got to look out for yourself. And he's like older than me, like more business savvy sometimes in that area. And he's worked with a lot of different brands. But I just would always say stuff like that. And he's like, it's not personal. It's a freaking brand. Like, get out of your head. And I'll be like, oh, okay. So I've kind of learned that you have to be number one. You're an entrepreneur. You're doing this for yourself. You're building your brand. This is your legacy. Like, of course, it's nice to build a brand, like another person's brand, and be in collaboration with them. But honestly, I think there might have to be like a new rule where it's like you give them 3 chances or something. And then if they don't really, you can't waste your time. It's like I wasted years, like 4 years on this. And I don't think I can do that again. I didn't waste it. Don't get me wrong. I built my YouTube channel based upon people who are a fan of Pop Sockets and tech accessories. But, I wasted the other opportunities I could have had with brands.
Yeah, like you said, it's not a complete waste because you learn a lot along the way and things like that. But at the end of the day, like you said, and like I'm saying, the point, you just got to move on to the next opportunity that you might get. And it's so interesting, Kimberly, because I do tech videos and you do tech videos a little bit. And you know how people be in the comment section and they are so like heartstrung for their brands. You got Apple people arguing with Samsung people.
I mean, you do know.
And I'm just like, These brands don't care about you. They're not giving you Christmas cards. They're not coming to your bridal showers. They're not thinking happy birthday for you. They don't care. They only care about is your money. That's it.
I hope that changes in a way. I mean, because I don't know if my brand's going to be different because I can't predict what happens when a brand gets bigger. And that I think is kind of sad because in my perspective, I think to myself, if you're a bigger brand, you have a bigger responsibility to your customers. Like I'm not saying small brands don't, but like as you get bigger, you have a team and I don't have a team. And I'm telling you right now, when somebody emails me and they have a problem, I act like that is my family. I'm like, here's a discount code, here's a free thing, and I don't want to lose that customer because word of mouth is like so strong. They're going to tell somebody like, she was a BI, and I don't want to work with her anymore. And I'm like, I don't need that drama. Like, I want to be so nice to them. What is it going to cost me? A couple phone cases or something like that in the grand scheme of things is nothing to my reputation. So I wish brands were more human and they would humanize the customer. But unfortunately, there's only a few brands like that. Like I know Tom's is a really great brand. And I think out of like all the brands I use and talk about, like I know they're not a tech brand, but they're just kind. If you have a freaking problem, they're not going to like bash you and tell you to never email them again or just like ignore your email. I hear that PopSocket says that to customers as well because I'm sort of like another support person, even though I don't have anything to do with them like that. But people will email me and be like, my PopSocket didn't come and they're not writing me back. And I don't have any kind of like special powers to help them. So I think brands are more human with us, and maybe that'll change in the future. But as things get more automated, I don't think so.
No, it's funny that you talk about this because I just put out a tweet just 2 days ago that I said that marketing and brand connection with customers has changed in 2019. If you're a brand, it behooves you to become one with the communities that you're trying to integrate with. Like we got brands out here that have like social media liaisons that actually interact on Twitter. They interact in people's YouTube comments and live streams. Like that's the way to succeed if you're a brand in 2019. If you're not doing that, you are missing a lot of opportunity because the way to get to people right now is to connect with these influencers and these communities. And I think at the last line that I used in a series of tweets is like, you're trying to connect with the people. So the best way to connect with the people is to become the people.
Absolutely. That's another thing. I think it's different also because And I tell other brands this, and they're kind of like, I always tell them like, I'm a brand, but you got to kind of also know that I've had experience. We all have, like, we've all been customers, but then I get to be in the nitty gritty of your customers all the time. Like when I showcase Casetify Case, I get to hear from your freaking customers, like what they really feel like. So what you were saying in the comments, I did a video on a brand I always see like the opposite of me kind of girls. And there's nothing wrong with these people, but it's the opposite of me. Like I know what the opposite of me is. It's like, the beach blonde. I love that look. It's just I can't have it. You know what I mean? Like I can't have what I can't have. But it's like the tall tan. I try to be tan, but it's a tall tan, very all-American looking girl. And like that's amazing. I tried that once. It didn't work for me. But this one brand, I'll say it's like the loopy cases. They always go after these bloggers that have like literally the same exact feed, like the same exact feed on Instagram. I mean, you can go look up loopy and probably their hashtag, you'll see all these same girls. And so I remember reaching out to them. It was like 2017. And I was like, hey, I do grips. I want to compare your cases, blah, blah, blah. No, they were like, sorry, but nah. And I'm just like, okay, that's fine. So finally, a lot of my subscribers kept asking me to review these because as they get these bloggers on Instagram to promote them, everybody wants one, right? Because they want to know, is it cool? Does it work? And to be honest, I've always wanted to know if that thing was squishy or if it was like hard. Like, I don't, it sounds terrible. I'm like, I want to know what it feels like. So I was like, I'm just going to buy one. The case was like $50. Ooh. And this is out of my own money. And it's like, if I buy every single thing, I freaking go broke, So I'm like, all right, I'm going to try this thing. And honestly, I absolutely hated it. I'm ambidextrous. I need something I can use with both hands. People always know, like I have it in my left hand, then I have it in my right hand. It's only a right-handed or a left-handed device. So it's like, I'm fucked. Like I'm sorry. I don't know if I'm supposed to cuss on here now. You can like bleep that out later.
All good.
But I can't use that product. So I was very honest. I'm not going to lie in my reviews. I was like, dude, this might be a really great product for some people, but I hate that it doesn't prop this. So I kind of gave like very honest. But what I did learn from that though, and I think this is where I was going with that because now I forgot, their customer service was bomb. I mean, like so good. They literally, and I know I'm like an influencer or whatever, but it's like they were so quick to give me, I mean, like a free case, test out a different one, all these options. And I was like, oh my gosh. And I actually have heard that from other people that their customer service is like so good that you can't ignore the brand because you're like, I want to be treated nicely. But I did sell it, you know, because I'm not going to use the loopy case. It just doesn't work for me. But there was such a stark difference between, you know, the comments that I get. But the real other thing is that I'm talking to your customers and there are some gung-ho loopy case, like just, you know, they're just on it and will not leave it alone. Be like, there's nothing better, and good for them. And that's awesome.
Yeah, I mean, people like what you like, but if you identify an issue, and it's pretty cool that the brand reached out to you and work with you to like try to fix the issues or make the experience better for you. I mean, that's what you want out of a brand.
They literally found my order, and I don't even think it was like, obviously I used a different name online and everything. They like found my order and they refunded me. Like they literally like not even told me. They just refunded my money, and they were like, reached out to me this day and said, anytime someone's not happy, we never want to take your money if you weren't satisfied. And I'm like, oh my gosh. An email notification on my iPad muted your curse word. Oh my God. Oh, wow. It's awesome. I mean, sorry. I say a lot more F-bombs in real life. I'm really trying to be good.
No, don't worry about it. It's all good. The channel is not monetized, so it's not even an issue.
It's not monetized? Oh my God.
Yeah, I'm you know, you got to get 1,000 subscribers, and I think right now I'm at 930, so trying to get there, but
you're definitely gonna get there for sure.
Yeah, just 1 week at a time, 1 week at a time. So I know you got a lot going on, but what else is happening in the life of Kimber at the moment?
Well, I'm planning my wedding, so that's kind of a big deal. And I am going to be doing a series. I don't know where because I have multiple channels and I'm always kind of like trying something here, trying something there. I actually think my main subscriber base really is interested in it because they followed me along. And even if it only gets like 500 views, I don't care about that. I just want to connect with the people who care about what I'm doing. And it's really a story to remember my wedding. And I really am not doing it for anything else. And I'm just going to record the journey. I've already started documenting, and I'm doing a Disney cruise, which is a little bit different than what normally people do. And I'm having a destination wedding. So it's going to be in the Bahamas. That's why I was very sad that the hurricane, you know, went through there. And I was just like, oh my gosh, this is such a beautiful place. And it's where I want to get married. And that's happening.
Nice. Now I'm out of touch because I thought you were married already. Because I remember I don't know, maybe like a year ago or a few months ago, I remember watching your video where you got engaged, and I think you guys were up in like a log cabin. I think it was in like Colorado or something like that. I remember.
Good memory. It was. You see how you remember things from videos? It's kind of funny. It's like things do get burned into memory. We got engaged, I want to say like a year ago. And I don't think I put out the video until later because it was a whole thing with the ring and everything. It was just like, yeah. So, because the place I got the ring, I sort of was like, I want to promote you and blah, blah, blah. And like, it just wasn't, they didn't understand it. And it took me a long time. And then I wanted to reveal my silver play button at the same time. And they did. And so that's probably why it seems like it didn't happen that far. Like it was closer in time, but the wedding takes a really long time to plan this way because it's destination and it's a cruise and it's expensive for the guests. So like, I'm sorry to all my guests, but it's a trip. You get an all-inclusive trip to 3 different places, you know, Virgin Islands, Bahamas, and Mexico, like for real. And it's really awesome. So I'm excited.
I mean, and let's be honest, at the end of the day, it's not really about the guests, it's about you and how you experience your wedding. So.
Yeah. And I mean, actually, we even said, like, if no one comes and it's just like our immediate family, we're totally down with that. This is an experience of a lifetime. So we want to make it. And that's why we didn't want to get married in like in building, you know, we're like, we want to do something crazy. You know, we want to go and have fun and enjoy ourselves. Just hopefully I don't get like too burned before I get, because my wedding's at the end of the trip. And I'm like, oh my God, I hope I don't drink way too much to fit into my wedding dress. But we'll see.
You better behave.
Eat too much.
You better behave.
I know. Because once it's altered and stuff, like I once it's tailored to my body, like I'm not going to be able to change it on the cruise.
Not really.
I'll have to wear some of those, like, you know, those commercials where they show the woman and she's like, whoop, and everything just goes in. I'll have to like bring something like that just in case. I think I'll be fine.
So I am curious, as you have over 200,000 subscribers on YouTube, you've been doing it for a few years now. What is your favorite brand experience, or what is your favorite experience of working with a brand? Okay,
so let me think about this before. I mean, so far, Nucky's has been the most like easy experience and most, I would say like valuable, because I've learned so much. They've been so open to working with me and showing me stuff that I don't know, because like when you're doing this, you're literally, it's like I'm learning how to run a business in a way, because I'm learning from them and I'm seeing the struggles and I'm understanding all different facets of the way a brand works and operates and behind the scenes. And I think out of all the brands I've worked with, because I've had cool experiences with brands and I've had great products, but this is a much bigger type of experience. And, you know, I have had PopSockets fly me out to both of their headquarters, and it was really cool, but it's totally different. Like the vibe is different. I feel like they're part of my family. I feel like I can tell them anything sort of thing, and they work with me and I can text them anytime. It's just different. And so I have to say, out of any brand, it's just been really cool to have that experience. And I think the thing that makes it the best is you're appreciated. And I think in the artistic kind of world where we're like artists in a lot of ways, and we have this voice, and we're using our own likeness, and it's a lot of work, and people don't realize it. And it's a lot of guts, like, to do this and put your face out there and be yourself. So I really appreciate that there's a brand that realizes that worth and says, like, you're a jack of all trades. You know, you edit, you produce, you promo, we do the whole thing that a freaking production company would do. And we do it for a fraction of the price. So you better pay up. Write that check.
No doubt. So let's talk about that. You just said it. You just highlighted something very important for creators on YouTube. We do everything. We shoot, we edit, we promote. We have to optimize SEO to make sure that the video gets out there. So when you take all that into account, creators need to not sell themselves short when they're doing these brand deals, or when they're thinking about working with brands. So how would you tell like a smaller creator to handle like brand negotiations? That's what I'm working for. Brand negotiation, because like you said, we do a lot of stuff here, and most of the time it's just us in the beginning.
Yeah, absolutely. It's still just me, guys. It's still just me. This is my team right here. There's definitely like an I in team over here, because it's just me. Nobody does anything else except my fiance helps me with the everyday stuff. You know, like he'll set my setup because he already knows how to do it. And he obviously helps a lot more than that. But when it comes to like video production and like photos and everything, at least I have somebody on my team that can take my photos and maybe help me with the video. And that's really great. But I would say that I know what I did when I started understanding how to negotiate with brands. I used Social Blue Book, which is like free, but then you can pay for another pro version. And I'm not sponsored or like promoting them in any way like that, but I think it's a good tool to kind of see sort of your worth. And then if you read the fine print on the top of Social Blue Book, and this is what got me a lot of my deals, is that number one, they're kind of an authority. So you can kind of use them when a brand is like, hey, why should we pay you this? Or like, what should we pay you? You sort of show your going rate and like why Social Blue Book is telling that. And so I used to take screenshots, and now you can like send them a proposal, but I used to take screenshots of what like a dedicated video should cost. But in the fine print at the top, it says not including production fees, location fees, fees for the products you might have to get, and fees for promotion and marketing. Like those are like 5 other areas that you need to put a dollar sign on, because I broke it down one day, and some of my friends, I saw a couple of people I know in the chat, but some of my friends know, because I've said this so many times. I'm like, look, if you break down the cost of my lights, the cost of my camera, the cost of my lens, how much it cost me, and freaking even electric bills, like who knows? I'm not working at a big set. I'm not Fox, I don't have these things that are, a whole team doing this where I bring in this producer. So the time I have to sit here and edit, that's money, and my time is really valuable. So I literally broke something down one day where I was like $100 here, $1,000 there. And when I got to the number, I was like, oh my gosh, this is like a freaking $5,000 production just for, a 5-minute thing that they want me to do. So I'm not saying that people can charge basically that much, but there are percentages you can think about when someone's renting your services, because technically they're hiring you to do that work. And when brands come at me and they're like, why should I pay you, this much for that? I'm like, you get to use the video and it's on there forever in perpetuity. And that goes the same with a picture, because I'm making your art that you're going to be able to share, put it on ads. And so I would get that standard amount. And then my media kit is what I send to a brand immediately, like after they want to entertain working together. And I show like all of my demographics, my stats, why I'm the one, because that's really important. Like, why are they not choosing someone else? Be bold, like highlight what you're really good at, even if it's the way you look or something unique about your voice, or, I don't know, if you're the only person doing what you're doing, like I'm really the only person doing it my way. So I emphasize that. And I'm a woman, and a woman that's sort of on the borderline tech, and it's interesting. So I just highlight all the good things about me, and I don't really skimp there. I'm like, this is how much I'm worth. And I will say there was a brand a couple of years ago, just for a little bit of a way that can be spun is a brand came to me and they were like, hey, you have what we need. We need somebody to like take our brand to the next level, do really good photos for Instagram. We want to use them for ads. We need some videos for our website. We need some, videos on YouTube. And I was like, all right, well, this is how much that would cost you. And it was pretty, not a very small number, but it was like, this is what it will cost you for me. You said you needed me.
Yep.
So they were like, ooh, that's not in our budget. And I was like, I didn't get sour. Like, I was just like, oh, okay, no problem. Come back to me when I'm in your budget, and we'll keep the lines open, I'm happy to entertain it later. I'm Gucci. So if you can't afford it yet, go to TJ Maxx. And then when you can,
oh man, savagery.
I was really nice. I was really nice about it. And that's the difference is like, it's not, I think we're also in a culture where you think you're being offensive and you're not. You have to know your worth. And if I want to go out and buy a Chanel purse today, yeah, of course, everybody wants to be able to hold something that they've worked for in it. But that's it. It's like, if you're not putting a value on it, why will the next brand want to work with you? You know what I mean? It's like, you have to work with brands that can afford that. And it's not to say you can't work with smaller brands, but that brand came back to me. I was in New York at an event, and I get this, I see a notification, and I've got another email from them a year later. And they're like, we don't care how much we have to pay. We went with all these different people. They don't get it. They're not doing the right pictures. They don't have the right hands. Cause I'm like basically a hand model too. It's like weird. I didn't know I was going to be a hand model, cause I have like man hands, but okay. So they're like, you got the nails, you got the thing, you get this. And I'm like, ooh, but my price is double now.
Really?
Cause I also have a bigger following and more, and they're like, we don't care. So they were willing to pay even more than they said before. Cause I was like, dude, it's been a year. What do you think? I have the same prices from last year?
Right,
No way.
right.
Like, it's not gonna work that way. And also just don't forget that seasons are, if you ever worked in retail or anything like that, like if you've ever been an employee, I used to work Victoria's Secret every holiday. They pay you more during that season because they need more employees, and they need employees that are going to sell, and they need the best ones. And so your worth is more during, like, right now, October, November, December, January, February, just whoop. But like right now, you have to say to brands, oh, well, my content calendar is filling up, and even if it's not, and you got to get in there, and these are my prices for holiday.
You know
So
what?
if
It's
you
so
need,
funny that you talk about season because I didn't think about that, but you are absolutely right. Especially being a person in my position, like a tech person. These are the business month in tech. So if a brand wants to work with a tech creator during these months, they got to pay up because there's a lot of stuff happening that we got to cover, and we don't got time to be messing around. So you are absolutely right about that.
yeah, and I think, I'm reading the comments and I'm laughing so hard because it's like back then they didn't want me, now I'm hot, they all want me. That's and everyone's got their time, and I love the saying, and I'm probably going to misquote it, but it's really hard because we're also in an age where we can see what everybody's doing. And it's the whole fake it till you make it for a lot of people. So you see these people and you're like, oh, they're getting all these things that I'm just sitting here on my couch. But the thing is, if you are working towards it, like you can't say this if you're a couch potato and you're not putting any effort out there. But if you're genuinely hustling and you're doing your thing, don't compare your chapter 2 to their chapter 20. Like you can't do that. Their story is somewhere else. And I know that because, people even look to me and say like, oh my gosh, you're doing all these things. And just 4 years ago, you guys, I was not. I was working a really hard job, never coming home until 8 o'clock at night, getting up at 4. I had no say in anything that I was doing. So changes.
Yeah, I myself, I am a firm believer that hard work pays off, and you are living proof of that. And I'm on that path myself. I'm out here grinding, trying to build something up on YouTube here, taking it one day at a time. But nothing happens if you don't put the work in. Absolutely.
I mean, you have built something. There's comments coming in from people. I'm like so excited that there's people talking. I mean, this is an amazing platform that you've obviously built something that people are really interested in hearing about. So that's amazing. And it's only going to go up as long as you keep going,
Yep.
And I think one caveat to that, because you can work forever and it doesn't work.
Right.
That's happened to so many people and they wonder why. But I think the most important thing, this is why I love having a kid. No, I'm not saying like, go get yourself a kid, but I love having a young person because she keeps me in the loop. She knows the songs, she knows the brands, she knows, TikTok, you got to get on this, mom, you got to do that. She's just like so in the know of what's going on. And you have to go with where the people are. So it's like, it sounds like the Little Mermaid, but like, honestly, you want to be where the people are, and you definitely want to change with the times. You cannot keep doing the same intro, even for your video, even though that's a thing and I do it. So I'm not going to cut that out, but you have to kind of change things up, like change your background, change the way that you go about producing. Like you have to evolve. And that's really important. And look at the great people that we look up to that have evolved, and are, like Jennifer Lopez and Madonna, even, like reinventing themselves and coming out with new different stuff. And I think it's just really important to keep changing.
Yeah, nothing. I mean, yeah, you can't be stagnant, especially on YouTube. You definitely can't be stagnant because your audience grows too, and you have to grow with your audience. You have to, like you said, you got to change, you got to adapt, you got to know what the market wants, you got to know what the market needs, and you got to be able to cater to the changes in the market. Definitely.
Yeah, that's really important.
Definitely. It has been interesting talking to you.
Yeah, anytime.
No, we got to get together more often. I mean, I know you're a busy lady, but I'm here every Friday night.
No, I always make time for people. I never, honestly, that I know I'm busy, and I know that's been the excuse that a lot of people give to me. But when something's important, you make time for it. And I have not yet had an experience when I'm too busy if I really want to do it. I think it's about priorities, and I've known you and I treat people that way, especially if they're friends. And I mean, Zach Talks Tech channel, you guys know we're friends. And if at the drop of a hat, they want me to do something, it's my priority to do that. I know it comes back to me. There's a real power in that. I don't, subscribe to any kind of like belief system, but it's like, there's a power in giving that time to someone. And I feel like it comes back to me. So anytime you want to talk, you can DM me. I can give you my number. We can come back on here, whatever you want to do. We can collab on something. I'm always down for that.
Oh, no doubt. If anybody would take, my doors are always open, man. I'm available to anybody pretty much anytime. I'm pretty flexible with that. So we can definitely do something if that is in the cards, no doubt.
Yeah, definitely.
But I don't really have any other questions for you unless you want to talk about the new iPhone. I mean,
yeah, what do you think? I mean, what are you thinking about it?
So I got the 11 Pro Max.
So that's like the actual one in your hand right now.
Yeah, this is the one. It came in the mail today, so
Oh,
I got it.
that's awesome.
Yes, it is amazing. Like, it's kind of funny because before they released and we found out all the leaks and everything during the year, I made a video telling people how they can skip it because I mean like, it wasn't going to be much of an upgrade. But then Apple they came out there on the keynote on stage. They talk about the cameras, the battery, and I'm like, okay, now you got my attention. So now I have them in my hand, and I've been using it all day today, and I haven't had this much fun with an iPhone in a while. Like I am having fun using it. This thing is amazing.
I think it looks thin. I mean, I can't tell perfectly, but it looks really thin.
All right, so where are we at? Let me see if I can find the other
It
one
almost
here.
it almost looks like a 6 Plus.
Yeah, it's all right. Let me get this out of here real quick. So I have the old one. So we got the 10S Max right here. This is the old one, and this is the new one. So it's a little thicker. Okay, there we go.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
So this is the new one right here. This is thicker, and this is the old one. So this one is thicker because they put a bigger battery in it. So I don't mind that at all because the battery life on iPhones have been crap. So I am cool that they put a bigger battery, made it a little thicker. I have no problem with that. But other than that, you got the triple camera on the back here. Like,
yeah,
the picture quality is woo fire.
That's amazing. Yeah, I'm reading your comments, and somebody said that I should hook you up with like a glittery phone case because you need to hype up your phone and make it a little pretty. Maybe for the holidays, you can put a little outfit on it.
Maybe not me, but I do have a female friend that might be interested in that. So yeah.
Yeah, totally. I really am excited for this phone because, like you, I've been saying forever, I'm like, ew, that thing's ugly. And I've been like, I'm not going there. I'm not going square. Like, I don't like the square, right?
Right.
So then it's so funny because that case company sent me a dummy phone because I told them like, hey, yo, I got to do my videos before this stuff comes out. So if you're going to want me to promote this, I need a dummy phone. So they bought, a dummy phone, sent it to me. And then I'll never forget, it was 2 weeks ago. I opened it up and I'm like, I love you. It wasn't even the real one. I'm like, I love you. I love the way you feel. I love the way you look.
Y'all know what she said, right? Y'all know what she said. She opened it up and she said, my precious.
Oh my gosh. I was just like, this is so cool. And then of course I was like, I had told my fiance forever. I was like, I'm not getting that phone. I'm getting that. I was going to get the 10 Max. I was going to get the Max. And that's what I was going to trade this in and blah, blah, blah. And then he knew that I had said that over and over again. And then the day I got the dummy phone, I was in a parking lot and I took a picture. I was like, my new baby. And it was just like.
Which is hilarious because the dummy phones that they sent out look nothing like the phone that I just have in my hand there. So it's kind of interesting.
Right. I mean, they're definitely different.
Yeah.
But they do fit the cases. I put them in all the cases and they were good enough for me to do the video. And I was supposed to have this video out. I feel really bad for the company, but it's fine because it's still a lot of time for people to buy. But I was supposed to have this video out like a couple of days ago, but with the pop socket stuff that happened, I was doing an interview and I was doing this. So I told my community, I'm like, it's going to come out. I might even be able to edit it tonight, but I probably won't because it's late and I want people to be able to like wake up, see it. But I like this new phone. I did not like the stupid square, but now I'm kind of getting used to it. So
yeah, I like when we first saw the renders earlier this year, I wasn't a big fan of it either, but holding it now, it looks a lot better to me.
So pretty. Is that the green one or is that something else? I can't tell.
This is space gray.
Oh, okay.
So
I'm really excited to see the green one.
Yeah, actually, I've heard that this and the green one are very similar. They're just they're saying that the green is just a different shade of gray, more or less. But yeah, they look a lot alike. But yeah,
I know you guys are joking about my man hands right now, and like I'm not joking around. Like I have really big hands. Like they're really, really big. Like they're huge. Look at that. What other girl has palm that big? I mean, no one.
No. But the real question is, can you palm a basketball?
Yeah, I think I can because I've played basketball with my fiance, and I'm really short. I'm 4'11", and I still was able to do like the 3-point, everything. I'm pretty good. I'm athletic though, so you can't really say it's just hands or anything, but No, I know you were kidding, but I always wear nails, so it's really funny that I had to come on here with no nails because nails are also like my little. I mean, that's like my look, and it's funny because like I had to take these nails off because I got this lady to like. You got to see these. You're gonna be blown away. I got this lady to custom make me like these outrageous nails, and they're 3 different pairs. So I'm gonna show you like.
Whoa. That's wow.
These are Lisa Frank, and I just got the Casetify Lisa Frank collab. I got the case, I got the watch band. So she made me those nails to like match it, and then I got some other stuff coming up that I haven't talked about, and those other nails match those. So I'm excited. I can't wear nails today because I'm putting them on tomorrow. I did take all my nails off.
Those are some pretty radical nails you got going on over there. That's colorful. Yeah.
And they're expensive. They're freaking expensive. Like I don't go get my nails done. I can't because I have to change them so often for pictures and videos. So I just like stick them on with these things, and they stick enough to where I can do the videos, and then I take them off and put new ones on. And
Yeah, nothing wrong with that. But yeah, I think my favorite part about the new iPhone so far are the cameras. OMG, the cameras are amazing.
I'm excited for the wide camera because I've been wanting to get a wide lens. And now I was like, I could probably get some of those shots on the iPhone with the wide lens because actually I'm just reading the comments. Sorry, I get distracted by the comments, but they were saying something about not being humble. And I actually call myself humble because it's not really the way it works. But I don't know. I feel like I wouldn't call myself conceited or over the top either. So I'm very confident, but it's taken me years to get that way. I mean, I used to be very meek, and I think going to law school actually made me a lot stronger because I had to literally get up in front of a judge, and I have a little magnet that not everybody got, and it said I rocked oral argument. It sounds funny, but it's like my oral arguments I had to do in front of a court, in front of a judge, and you had to be a badass. I would rather be a badass than eat humble pie. I don't know. Like I don't know. Like a doormat to me, like somebody that's humble is not a doormat. But I feel like especially if I'm like on somebody's show or something, if I were just like, yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of, like I don't know. Like when I think of humble, I guess I kind of think of also not wanting to admit the things that you've done that are really great. But I think it's very inspiring to have somebody tell you like, yeah, you can do this, and I'm doing it. And I'm still very humble. I literally hand write every single note to every single customer. I think that's being humble. I don't know. Maybe not.
No. See, when you're a creator, when you are in the type of line of work that we do, you can't. I mean, you can be humble, but you want to be confident. Like you got it exactly right. You are confident. You know what you can do. You know what you have accomplished, and there's no shame in that. It's not like I think Kid Rock said in the song one time. It's not bragging if you back it up. If you can back it up, it's not bragging. It's not being cocky. It's confidence. Yeah. You gotta have that confidence in yourself. Otherwise, who's gonna have the confidence in you?
So one thing, was that the phone you were using before? Were you Apple or were you using a different phone?
Oh, I use Apple and Android, but I am the captain of Team Apple, so I usually have an iPhone on me at all times. So yeah.
Okay. So I was gonna say, and thank you guys for your comments, but I was gonna also say that with my website, because somebody commented that they wanted to go on and get something or like for their mom. Okay, so I don't know. This is like what causes fights in my section. So I only sell iPhone cases. So a lot of people are mad about it. And I tried selling Android for a test, like I did a test run, and I had to pay for these cases, guys. Like I had to do test run, and they really just didn't sell as well. And I don't know if it's that, there's more iPhone users or more iPhone users use cases or like what it is, but they're also way more expensive to produce. So for me, it's I don't know, like a catch-22 kind of thing. Cause it's like, I've kind of not given up on Android, but I feel like there's way more than enough iPhone users for me to like sustain my brand. And since I've never been an Android person, I don't identify with it. So it's really hard for me to get into making a case for it. Like, I'm like, yeah, I really like this thing.
So I think a lot of I'm gonna say, I think a lot of it has to do with your demographic too, as far as what does your audience, what brand do they use? Like, I have a podcast and I use Anchor for my podcast, and on the Anchor dashboard, I can see which app people are using to listen to my podcast, and over 75% of my listeners use Apple Podcasts. So that tells me that I have a lot of iPhone people that watch my videos and watch my content, which makes sense because I call myself to the captain team Apple. I make a lot of Apple videos. So if I were in the case business like you are, I would not be making Android cases because that would just be dumb.
And people are, they don't. I never knew that there was a difference, meaning when you're on the manufacturing side and you have designers and you're starting to make what they call molds, because everything goes into these machines, and it's such a cool thing. And at some point I'm going to do an entire tour of like how a case is made and things like that, which I think would be very interesting to people. But I'm working with a factory here in the US that's going to let me come in and do that because it's kind of very private. But when you figure out what you want, and that takes a long time, like it's almost like finding a partner. Like you're like, I gotta have all these quality case. I started learning that in order to get what you want, you have to make what they call a mold. And once you make that mold, it's yours, and you can even patent it if you want, all that stuff. It's a whole other arena. But once you get that mold, that's what's made to like make all your cases. And the fact is, I'm just gonna be honest, it's $4,000 just to make that mold before you even like start making your cases. And then you need another mold for any Android cases, and it just starts getting really expensive. And then if they didn't sell as well, you have to kind of just cut your losses where you can. Right. And I never end up making a mold because I sampled it and I was like, no, they just didn't sell as well. It could change in the future. I'm not opposed to it.
Yeah, no, I completely understand. You got to go where the business is, like you said earlier. You got to go where the people are, right?
Yeah.
So I got an interesting question for you, because when we were at Vid Summit last year, I know you were talking to Daryl about possibly speaking at Vid Summit this year. So I'm guessing now that's not happening. So what happened with that? Did that fall through or what?
Oh my gosh. Did anybody tell you that? Like Zach Talks Tech?
No. I remember I was there. I was there at Vid Summit last year. And I remember I think we were in a group talking about you possibly speaking this year, but apparently that's not happening. So
right. So I was supposed to speak, and actually this is like both of our faults. So in the beginning, it was his fault because it's like I reached out, I gave him my pitch and everything because like I had to come up with a thing to talk about. And hold on, someone's calling my phone. I have to decline it. I had to come up with a topic, and my most important and that I had the most knowledge in was what am I trying to say? Was affiliate sales and how you can build an entire business from your YouTube channel and then also pivot into owning your own brand. Oh, Zach Talks Tech. I said nothing. So then he just dropped the ball, and it was like I sent in my pitch and everything, and I didn't hear back from him. And it was like coming up to when I had to get my stuff in for it, and I was just and by the way, was it supposed to be last? I think it was. Wait, was it last one? Anyway, I'm getting the dates all crazy, but it was like the date was coming up, and I couldn't get all my stuff in. So I finally wrote him, and I was like, well, actually, I take that back. Zach Talks Tech was on a live stream, and I think he was like, he said something to him, like he said something to Daryl, and like literally the next day, Daryl reached out to me and was like, I dropped the ball. So he's like, what I want to do is I want to give you free tickets to Vid Summit. And that's when I saw you. So it was like, no, that's not. It was like afterward. I don't freaking know. It was like sometime after that. And he's like, here, I want to give you tickets. And this time let's meet up and like talk about it. So we did. And then I was supposed to speak again. So I was supposed to speak at this one. Right. Like it came out again, like where I'm supposed to speak. So then this time I kind of dropped the ball because I don't know. I don't know why. I just kind of was like, you know what? I got a lot going on. I don't know if I'm ready. A lot of things have shifted, and I'm not really focusing as much on affiliate, even though I know that business very well. So, and then of course, like he's got Mr. Beast and Casey Neistat and all these other people. I mean, but he needs like strong women voices too. And it's not going to be forever. Like I will speak at some point.
Yeah, you should definitely do that. There, especially for women in tech, there aren't nearly enough women in tech. So any women in tech such as yourself should definitely lend their voice when ready and willing, no doubt.
Yeah, absolutely.
But like exactly the same thing. I was standing there last year when we were talking about it, and I know you were there because of, like you said, you were there at VidSummit last year because you were supposed to speak last year, but something happened, and then like you said, he invited you out there.
It's been like 2 years and I'm supposed to speak.
So I thought
so
when you were there, so when we met last year and you were there, I thought that you guys were getting it together so you could speak this year. But I'm looking up and down the keynote speaker list, and I'm like, she's not there. Like, what's going on here?
No. And I was actually going to get on stage with, I think, Daryl and another person. We were going to talk about, there was a brand we were going to work with. I think it was Amazon. So we were going to collaborate with Amazon. And so Amazon was going to be the stage, like that. It was going to be, I guess, maybe that's what's happening this year, but it was going to be Amazon as the sponsor. And then I was going to get up there. And I think it was like Amazon Prime, or like there was an Amazon something that I was going to talk about. And I think it's because they're launching like the creator thing more. And and I do make, good money on Amazon, and I've grown that. So yeah, that's going to happen at some point. I'm very sure of it. I just don't know. I have to reconnect. I just emailed Daryl yesterday. So maybe something will happen soon. We'll see.
That'll be pretty cool. That would be pretty cool to see you speak at VidSummit. So is there anything in there's anything that you haven't done, like with brands or in your business or anything like that you haven't done yet that you would like to do? Like any dream scenarios or anything like that?
Sure. Well, I kind of did one of them sort of already. We tried. It wasn't perfect, but I'm going to try again. So I've always wanted to be like on the top of matching cases with grips. Like that's my thing. And I've always wanted to be able to create a combo where it's just like you buy case and the grip together. And, there's one brand, she's a friend of mine from Velvet Caviar, and she started doing that, but it fell apart because pop sockets and her just didn't work well together, and it didn't work. So I tried that with Nuckies. I created this amazing collaboration between my cases and their grips, and we launched it, and I switched factories because I wanted a new design. I wanted to do mold. I wanted to do this new thing, and it's insane. I got the samples. They were perfect. We ordered everything. They came and they didn't fit. So I started selling them, and some of them were not fitting, and it was like some of them and some of them were. So it was a kind of a disaster. And so that was my one dream. And I think not my one dream, but it was like one of my dreams. And then I guess like with a brand, if we're talking about like a dream kind of thing, I think I would love to be in retail stores in some capacity. I don't know how, but I would like to be in retail stores, selling something, whether it's my cases and something else or my own new product. I think that's my big goal right now.
Ooh, okay. Well, there's definitely nothing stopping you from getting to that goal, no doubt.
Yeah, and maybe start smaller, with maybe like a lower priced item. We can get like Walmart or something like that, and then just go up from there. I mean, my favorite store is Target, so basic, but I would love to be in Target because I love Target.
All right, so my man Joseph has an interesting question, and I can't answer it, but you probably can. He would like you to explain the process of creating a case.
I would love to explain the process. Like I said, I'm gearing up to try to do a video on this because it's just so fascinating. So when I first started it, I really didn't know what to do. And I'm so candid with people when they ask me. I'm going to be straight up. I went to Alibaba.com. I was like, where do, get some dollar cases, sell them for 10. I was just like, this is the only thing I know how to do. Cause I'm starting from nothing. And I was just like, all right. And then I was like, yeah, this isn't really my quality. Cause like, let's face it, wish.com is not really what I want a Kimber stamp on. And so, what ended up happening is it is very hard to get started, but once you get in touch with the right people, and I got so lucky because half of my family is Thai, and then another half live in China. So I have obviously family members that speak Mandarin. And if I didn't have this contact, you can still do this. I've actually corresponded with other factories and whatnot that are in China that I don't need to. They all speak English, but it's much easier if you have somebody that is over there and can tell you which factories do what, and they understand it. much easier. So my first factory, obviously in China, my first factory I got in touch with, and then we started kind of collaborating. Now the designs come from artists, and you can find them everywhere. You can find them on Etsy, you can find them on Fiverr. And if you have a concept of a case, like that one that I was holding up is actually mine. This is a custom designed, case for my brand. And
Nice.
I'm very like I'm a little bit like mysterious, a little bit gothic, but not over extremely. But I'm very into like mystical things and things like that. So I found a artist and I got some different drawings. And that's like the first step is like knowing the artwork that you want to use and knowing the materials, which took me a long time to understand because I'm not a plastics person and I never understood like why would I know that. And so there's like PC and it's short for like polycarbonate, whatever it is, and then there's TPU. So that's like another thing.
Yep.
So I got to know those two things and how the case manufacturing works. And for my particular cases, and it's something that I had to learn, I like them wrapped. So they're wrapped in like a film that goes over them. So they wraps around the whole case.
Mm-hmm.
And so this is almost like a sticker, but obviously it's not easy to peel off because it's heat sealed and all this stuff. But if you really dug your nail under there, I've taken apart many cases. I've bought cases from different companies, cut them open, try to figure out like what this is. And I just got in touch with the factory and I started having them make samples. And so the actual process is different depending on like what kind of case you're making. But for the most part, it's really interesting. I mean, the actual mold is a jig. So like it's this, I'm sure in mechanics, you guys would know what a jig is, but it's a metal thing. This is how I'm going to explain it. It's a metal thingy, my bob. And it has cutouts that look like your case, like the mold of it. So it's obviously like backwards and it's hollow. And it goes into this machine and like they pour the plastic in there and then they, shave it off and do all these things that the machine does. Nobody's doing this by hand. I mean, there are companies that do semi by hand. Like I think it's Wildflower Cases. She does some of it by hand, but I don't even know. But anyhow, they do that process. And then mine, since mine is a wrap, it's dipped in this water. And then the thing is like, vinyl, when vinyl is dipped in water, it's sort of like flexible and it can go around something. So this is how these are made. And then that wrap is called like a IMD, something like that. See, I don't even know all the way because I just already know how to order everything that I need. But it's true. And then, so the biggest thing for me, I guess, that I can say about the whole process is that you need the designer because I'm not an artist. So you need to find like your style and all that. And once you do that, you can get it with a factory. And, obviously my dream is to be able to manufacture in the US. And if things change, that might be a possibility for me. I'm starting to get in touch with factories here, but everybody knows it's more cost effective and faster to use other countries. And that's just there's Mexico, there's the Philippines, and then there's China. And out of everything I've tried, China does it really well. They know how to do it. They've done this forever. They're masters. They understand the lingo. They know what they are on top of iPhone. Like they know before anybody else. Like they're just like, I know. I'm going to get these cases out so I can order sizes way before Apple has anything on the market. And then the whole process is, you get the sample and you look at it and you make sure that everything is exactly the way you thought it was going to be. And if you don't like it, they don't obviously make you a whole bunch of them. They make you like a sample of every size. And then I confirm them and they come. Oh, that was what I was going to say. The difference between, I guess, like buying some cases on Alibaba like I did in the beginning and actually make your own is that the quantity changes. So you have to make an investment. And it is really scary. You don't know if your designs are going to do well. You don't know if people are going to like it. And that's like the risk you have to take. And if you have to sell them off, you can do them for sale. You can sell them to like, a store that does like discount stuff to get rid of them. Or you can use what I do. If I have a style that doesn't work, I sell them on like Mercari and Poshmark. There are like 2 apps on your phone where you can sell used products or new products. So I still make the money back. It's just like I don't make as much, but I make some of it.
Okay. Nice. So
how do they do the POD cases? They just print your skin and slap it on the base? What are okay. Sorry. So I just want to answer that quick question. So when you print on demand, usually, and I'm in the process of actually trying to buy this like huge, ginormous, massive printer thing and get like a warehouse and everything. But I just went to a convention where I know how they make like every single plastics. So like anything plastic. So with the print on demand, those usually have, obviously they're like, they come out faster. I did have one of those cases, but I don't have them with me. But usually like they're these PC cases, they're really hard. And there's an actual printer that prints. Oh, I actually do have one from Snapchat. So Snapchat came out with their own thing where you can put your little Bitmoji. So that's me, good at stuff and things. So this little one, so it is actually printed on here, like a what am I trying to say? Like a freaking real printer. Like it's a legit printer and it's huge. And this goes in the little jigs and it goes in and it goes and it's on there, just like it would be printed on anything. But that's how they make these, because you can't. This is not a wrap or anything. This is just printed on.
Nice. So
this one person's like, "What the f are we talking about?"
He joined late. Question for you: how much time do you have to hang with me tonight?
Me?
Yeah, you. Mm-hmm.
I'm still going. Whenever you want to stop, it's up to you.
I'm asking because our buddy Zach wants to join.
Oh yeah, I don't have to be here. Or I mean, like
no, he wants to join me and you. So that's why I'm asking you how much time you have.
Okay, bye guys.
No.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, I'm going to send you the link, Zach. Give me a minute here, and I will bring.
So funny. I was like, okay, I can leave.
No. These live streams go on anywhere from like 4 to 8 hours. So we're usually here a while.
Nice. I was going to say, somebody asked me about. Oh, sorry. Somebody asked me about the like leather and metals. I haven't looked into that yet, but it's definitely interesting. Is Zach on?
Oh, I gave him a link, so he'll be here in a minute. So what do you think about the Apple official OEM casings that they make for iPhones? Do you like those, or do you not prefer them, or what do you think about those?
The silicone ones, like the semi-silicone?
Either that,
or
those or leather, both of them.
Oh, I really like, and I have one somewhere, but I can't find it because I have a wall right here. You guys can't see it, but I have like this ginormous wall of cases. That's why I keep standing up and picking one off the wall like a tree. So I love their like silicone style that's very thin. And I think it looks beautiful. And I love the interior that's like a felt. It's very pretty. Mm-hmm. I'm not a huge fan of leather, but I do have a bandolier, and it's like 100% real leather, and it's $100-something case, and it's in my closet. And so it hangs on a chain. It looks like a Chanel purse.
Oh, wow.
So I'm all about that. But with the Apple ones, I haven't really, I don't know. They haven't really interested me.
So Anthony wants to know, can casings be 3D printed? I think anything can be 3D printed these days, man. Everything.
Actually, when it's about being 3D printed, that's actually how I start in the beginning. I kind of skip that part because it's not what I do anymore. But if I have a concept, I give it to an artist and he renders it. And then we can look at it in all these different ways and see if the cutouts are the style I want. Like, for instance, this cutout is like a different shape. And then like I like the round one, or the oval more than like a slanted one. So yes, absolutely, they do a 3D print first, like a 3D model, and then you look at it and then you're like, okay, yes, I want to make this into a mold, because the mold relies on the 3D model.
Okay. Yeah, it's funny with the whole case game. There are so many casings out there. I mean, I had a case company send me a few for the new iPhones. I got leather casings, I got plastic casings, I got hard plastic casings, I got all types of casings. It's amazing what you can do with a simple phone case.
I love all my cases. I have every kind: water glitter, holographic. I even have one with like the candy inside of it, like this. It has like
nice
sprinkles. It's so cool. So I'm just obsessed with it. I think it's amazing. It's like an expression without saying anything. You're walking around with that. I don't know. I love it.
All right, let's bring in our mutual friend here, Mr. Zach Talk Tech. How you doing, sir?
Hey.
Hi. How are you tonight?
It's been a while, right? It's been like, what, 24 hours?
24 hours.
Yeah.
I was doing my nails that night. Remember? And I took
You
them
were.
off.
You're like, I'm doing my nails. And I'm like, oh, I don't care. I want to talk to you about
I was
the
like,
pop socket thing.
yeah, I'm just doing nails.
Hey, so thanks for coming on and sharing your story and everything. It's definitely different for what we normally, I guess, not say we, sorry, what Viper normally does here. So, but from a creator standpoint, excuse me, I'm just getting the chat here so I can read it. The knowledge and what you've been through, because you and I met through Sean Kennel's Facebook group.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
then
I love that. Okay.
You and I and Shelly, we went and formed our own, like,
we went rogue.
Yeah, we went rogue, and we formed our own. I'll watch your video, you watch my video type thing, which doesn't.
Group. We were like engagement group. It didn't really work, but
it didn't work.
But we made friends.
But we actually learned a lot of stuff because we started critiquing. It went from that,
right?
And we started critiquing everything, right? Yeah, we started critiquing.
It does work when you have people critique you.
Yeah, so we started critiquing each other's videos and everything, and then that just kind of slowly dissolved because you just get busy, right? Like you and I, we very rarely talk. I wouldn't say rarely. It's only every few months that we do this one-on-one thing, like with the video. And otherwise, it's just like, hey, in the comment section or once in a while on Twitter. But then when I saw your Instagram thing, I'm like, what? Those bastards. And I'm like thinking to myself, that's like the 4th or 5th time Pop Sockets has, done something like this. And I'm just like, no, not cool. Because when I worked for the distribution company, as you know, we used to put your videos on the website where we were selling pop sockets to the carriers, and we used to send your videos out. Like we used your videos. We probably used your videos 75% of the time, and 25% of the time we used the pop socket ones. And now pop sockets is like the 5th most popular SKU at that distributor.
Oh my gosh, that's so interesting.
Yeah. So, I mean, to say that you have you have huge influence on how they work. And even though they only grabbed pop sockets 2 years ago, we still had to convince the carriers and everything to carry the product. And your videos help with that. So I go to my customers.
Gosh, that's such a good story. I have to take that clip if we have this going on. Because when I do my reaction, you don't know how many people tell me stories like that. And I say,
Viper will put
that's really awesome.
I think Viper will keep this online after, correct?
Yeah, it'll be up for replay. So yeah, you take the clip and you however you see fit.
Yeah. So definitely, I mean, there's stories like that where I've seen firsthand your videos. So like I wouldn't send your videos like to any type of customer. It had to be like a mostly female demographic, like I had a lot of female owners and like that. So I would send it their way, or the guys that didn't understand. I'd be like, "You got to look at this." Okay, so one of the biggest
guys that didn't understand.
One of the biggest electronics, I guess, store you want to call it up here in Canada is called Visions Electronics. Okay, they're in every single province except for Quebec. Okay, and only out east, and I think they're only in Ontario out east. But anyway, they have 47 locations. They're basically, think of a Best Buy, but you know how Best Buy will have like 100 TVs? These guys will have like 20, but it's like the top 20. So I sent your videos to them, and now they have pop sockets in all stores across. Like I tried to sell it. I'm like, no, you have to see the numbers. I said, you put these things at the front till by the POS system, you will not be able to keep them. So we gave them like a spinner display that holds like 36, and they had your videos going continuous on a tablet in 10 stores to test.
Oh my gosh.
And they sold out. But fun. They sold out in a week. And now they can't even keep them in stock. Now I don't work for these guys anymore. But that's how we got you guys. That's how we got the brand established, because of your videos, your hype videos, and everything.
Hey, Kimberly, we got somebody in here that watches your stuff. Tech Love and Mama says she watches you.
Oh my gosh, thank you so much for watching. And then you said you love pop sockets, I love hey restaurant. Yeah, I know. It is interesting. I mean, I love the mini ones, and I just did a video on that. I love the mini ones, and people, were like, ew, the mini ones. But I like using one of them. So I don't know if anyone cares to know, but like, sorry for my underarm there, but I used it like this. So it's just at the bottom, and it's kind of just there, and it doesn't compromise this cool design.
Is that the mini? Is that the mini?
Mini.
Yeah.
So it's just at the bottom, and I really like that. But ever since because there's one thing I don't like, and I've talked about this many times. It's not like a new thing, but I hate how my hairs are stretched out like this. Like it really starts hurting. I mean, maybe not for everyone, but I just don't like it. And also I can't really stand it up. And then when I got introduced to Nuckies, that's exactly why I loved it, because your fingers are together. So they're not, it's like it can slide, and then it can prop vertical. And I watch a lot of vertical video now. So, and it can also prop, sideways, and you can switch this thing around.
I like pop sockets. I like what they do in terms of graphics and different logos and this and that and everything. I don't like the whole influencer thing, because you're not the only one that's ever been in a situation with them. But I can't use them. I got these big, sausage things, and they hurt my fingers. So I got to check out these Nuckies.
I've heard that.
Yeah.
Actually, that's the reason that Nuckies does it that way, because some people are like, oh, why do they have this kind of design with the thing and everything? It's because it was for people, men and other people. It's not just men. I have bigger hands. I mean, there's people with bigger fingers, and that's the thing. This stretches out, so you can use it on bigger hands, and it's snug, so you can use it on smaller fingers, because there's people who complain that their fingers won't stretch because they're small on a pop socket.
Yeah.
So that's why when I saw this product, it's not that I was like even selling out or any of those things. I don't do that. I look at something for what it is, and I say, do I want to use this or do I not? You know what I mean? And it was actually a really good product. So yeah, I do recommend people try all kinds of different things. If they like a ring, try a ring. If they like something else.
I had a, I can't remember what they're called, a lure ring. They use the Swarovski crystals. Did you ever see those?
I have one of those. Yeah, I have one of those on my wall.
I gave it to my wife.
Oh, I have one right here. I have one right here.
I gave it to my wife, and all the crystals fell out.
Whoa.
Like that.
Kimberly, are there pop sockets that wirelessly charge or support wireless charging?
Yeah, they just came out. Yeah.
Wow.
And now they're partnered with OtterBox, a product called Otter Pops.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
I don't have one of those because I did a review on them, and my clumsy butt cannot use that, because I need something that's going to like give me some traction. Basically, that's why I like Nuckies and the regular pop socket, because I like actually holding my phone like this. I don't actually pop the thing out. I know it's weird, but it's pop socket. But I like just holding my phone and having like something here that sort of just leans. So I remember this review because I sold the OtterBox the same day that I did the review. And I don't like OtterBox, number one, because it's too bulky for me personally. And then secondly, I don't need that much protection. I'm not a construction worker. And then thirdly, I know that one was slimmer, but like it's completely slick. Like it's there's like not a handle. So it's like it's kept falling out of my hands. And I'm like, oh, hell no. So I sold it because I was like, I don't want it flush. I don't like that it's flush, but other people do.
Gotcha.
Nice.
What is my cat doing? Okay, never mind.
Oh, what is your cat doing?
So here's the reveal. Even though it's in the video today, one? That's the space gray. Yep.
Oh, I'm looking for the green one.
This thing is sexy. I just finished doing like a whole photo shoot with it. Like
we like use these words that like go with people. We're like, oh, sexy.
Yeah, I just finished taking a ton of photos with it. For Instagram and everything like that. And like you can't take a bad picture of this. This is like the Aura Glow Samsung. Like you can't take a bad picture of this. This is
it looks so cool.
It does. I mean, now I want to see what the green looks like in real life. But
I know I want to see the green.
Viper went with the space gray. I was surprised. I thought you were going to go with the green, dude.
No, man. No,
I thought you were. I thought you were.
We don't do that green stuff here.
Yeah.
I want an all black iPhone, but no, they can't do that.
By the way, when you guys were talking about the wirelessly charging pop sockets, Nuckies, technically, we did create a wirelessly charging Nuckies grip. We did create one. And we tested it and but right now it's just not like it people can say it's a demand, but I don't feel like it's as a big demand that, because people who do phone fashion, I don't know if they're still concerned, but with both, like if they're doing phone fashion, they're doing it for the fashion and maybe for the grip. They don't always have that as I think it's like an added bonus, but it's not like a necessity is what I'm trying to say. So we did create one. I'm looking at it right now. I don't think I'm allowed to show it, but I'm looking at it right now. And I even took it apart because I'm weird and I wanted to know how it worked. And I was a kid, but I like took it apart, looked at it. So it's
Oh, she cut out.
Kimber, where'd she go? Oh wow, that's oh, there she is. There she is.
There she is.
Sorry. I don't know what happened, but all of you guys were gone. Like everything was gone for a minute.
We're here. We're back.
It happens. I have a quick question.
But
I don't
yeah,
know if you talked about this with Viper because I was editing and everything. Are you talking to lawyers about the whole pop soccer thing? Can you talk about that?
I mean, yeah, no, I'm not really talking to lawyers anymore. Because I have friends, you know, obviously went to law school, so all of my friends now are doing the lawyer thing and I'm not. And so I went on Facebook and I kind of just put it out there that I was looking for somebody that does patent and IP. And I have 2 friends that do, and then I actually have a patent attorney. So I just reached out to all 3. Now, one of the lawyers is still interested because he was the one that fought for 5 Hour Energy. It's like a whole long story, but he's here in LA. Yeah. And there was like a competing product and he's really good at defense and it's just really good. So he actually is still getting back to me, but it's mostly like we're just chit chatting and it's not like a formal thing. I did briefly talk about it. So people did hear what I said. It's not something I can really pursue because of the statutory limits on that. Yeah. But there are still like things you might want to think about.
Do you think your relationship with Pop Socks is over now? Like nothing's going to stop you from going out and buying them and reviewing and saying what you want.
Oh, right? No. But, like I just bought that koozie. I got the new liquid glitters. I like to take one of those apart later on tonight and just see what it's all about. But I'm not going to stop using and buying the product at all. But there wasn't much of a relationship anymore, you know? And even in the beginning, like it wasn't the relationship that I really wanted. And I feel like I tried to get the relationship I wanted and it was just too hard. You know, like if it's too hard, that's not the relationship I want. I want it to be easier.
Not worth it.
Yeah. Me and her came to the conclusion that we're saying bye Felicia the Pop Nugget and remove the whole life.
I caught that part.
We're done. Well, she's done with trying to build a relationship with him, but I she thinks she's still going to buy the product and review it and do things like that.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to let you guys go.
Be fair to my audience, but I'm going.
I'm going to let you guys go because it's date night and my wife just got home.
Fun.
You better get on it, man.
We're just going to order pizza. I mean, the kids are camping. So I'll let you guys go, but I appreciate you coming on and telling everybody your story and what's going on. And especially from an entrepreneurial point of view and creators and the ins and outs, because you've experienced it all as far as I know. And I've learned a ton from you, not just from being in the groups, but from you and I talking back and forth. And now I'm really pursuing this and everything. So, you know, I go back and I look through my notes and everything. Yeah. So thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, you're welcome. Anytime. I'm always there.
Cool. I'll let you guys go. Everybody in the chat, have a good night. Take care.
Bye. Have a good night.
And dinner.
Do you usually have any of the people come on? I mean, like he just did. Do you do that often where you?
Oh yeah, that's the whole like that's the nuance of my show. I pretty much let people come in and out if they please.
Cool.
Except for like when I have like people that I'm gonna have like dedicated like one-on-one with like me and you did like for the first 2 hours.
Right.
But we have go ahead.
The Tech Lovin' Mama, if she DMs me on Instagram, I will send her a Nuckies. So she wants to try it. So just DM me. It's just my name, Kimberlea, on Instagram.
Okay, no doubt. So we have another fellow creator in here by the name of Christina Red. I don't know if you're familiar with Christina or not, but she does editing for one of the top females in the tech game, Teradici. Christina, I know Christina, I know you want to come talk to me tonight, Christina. So if you're ready, I will shoot you the link and you can come join me and Kimberlea here and have a chat. Let me know.
So cool.
So since I know you are, so okay, I guess the first question I should ask you is how deep into tech are you? Or how much do you love technology?
Well, it's like my life, basically. I mean, I know that sounds silly, but then again, everything we do requires technology, right? And for me personally, for me, I am an editor, obviously, with my videos, and I have to use technology. And I mean, if you see my setup here, I'm not some kind of like expert, don't have all kinds of like weird things, but for the most part, I have like this huge LG screen. It's ginormous. I edit on that. I have this Logitech camera thing that I use that I love. I've got the brand new MacBook that I just bought because my other one blew up, like physically blew up. And then I've got this like crazy camera thing. I don't even know if you guys have one of these, but it's really cool. You probably don't. This is probably the one tech thing that I have that nobody over here has. It's this thing. It's a digital microscope, and it's a camera. So if you want to see like the pores on your face, or like if you want to look at a product like really up close and see what it's made of, like how it's painted or like anything, it's digital, so it'll come up on your screen and you can show it in your videos and stuff.
That'd be crazy.
But I use like really good mic, the ASMR one, you know. So I don't know. This is known as like the ASMR one for me.
So from what I gather, you were pretty hardcore into tech per se. Am I correct?
I like to look at what people. I like to look at what people say is the best. I don't know if I would be like an expert, but I'm definitely a consumer and somebody that uses it and needs it. You know, I didn't even know that I had like this keyboard, and then Zach Talks Tech was like, "Oh, it's like a really good keyboard. You can hook it up to like 3 Bluetooths and stuff." And I was like, "Oh, what?" But I do love technology. I have to have it.
So my question to you is, why is there not more women interested in tech? It seems like they just stay away, or they just not interested. Like, why is that? Why, in your opinion, do you think that is?
Gosh, that's like a really good question. And you're right, because like, even some of my friends, they don't know how to use anything. Like I get kind of frustrated. I'll be like, "Girl, what do you mean? Like you put it on your phone, an app," and they'll be like, "It's so hard." And I'm like, "I don't get it." And I'm like, "What do you not get? You literally drag and drop." But I don't know. It might be the fact that, and I don't know this for sure. There's no stats. I'm sure you could look it up, but at a very young age, like I just told you, like I would build a lot of things, and I don't know if it's because I don't know. I wasn't a girly girl, so I hung out with a lot more boys, and I would like build trains and take things apart and use my hand a lot, which is maybe why I have man hands. But I would just always be fascinated with that. And I think technology is something where even though it's I don't know, like it isn't tangible. Sometimes we can't see what's going on with like technology, but then the gadgets are tangible, and you have to use them, and you physically have to almost like dissect it. Like when you get a new phone, you're going to go through all the things. And that's what I do. I sit here for like 2 hours and I go through all the different settings and I try to figure it out. And I think maybe I know girls like to use it all because, you know, they want the newest stuff. And I think girls are always like that. I think guys are like that too. But I think it might just even be a society thing. Like a girls do this, guys do that.
Yeah, I think that's part of it, definitely. But I don't know. It's just I don't know. I always wonder from a female mind and perspective why they feel like there aren't more females in tech. I think some of it has to do with tech being a male dominated like field and spectrum and things like that. So I think some of that might have something to do with it. But even like without thinking about that, it just seems like a lot of women just aren't interested in technology like that. And I'm just like, I don't know. It's interesting to me.
It is interesting. I can't say that I have many girlfriends that are interested in it. I'm always interested in new gadgets. I don't know if that is considered technology in a lot of ways, but I'm interested in the newest gadgets that can help me do what I do. Like I have these like Beats, you know, the wireless ones. I really like.
Oh, you got the Power Beat Pro. Nice.
Yeah. So I really like to try new things. I mean, these things are badass. They're like amazing. I like to try new things. I mean, right when the Apple AirPods came out, I had to have those. I don't know what it is. Like, I just really like tech. I don't know.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with liking tech. Christina, I don't know if you paid attention to your Twitter DM, but you might want to take a look in there.
Nice.
But yeah, it's just, I don't know. Like I said, we need more women in tech. The tech space could definitely use more women. I mean, there's no reason why more women can't venture into tech. There's nothing stopping them. I don't know.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that also I I don't know how a lot of other people were raised either. So I think like someone said, it's a nature thing. I think it's both. I think it's a nature and nurture, because my dad, he refused to let other people fix things. So he would be like, no, I should be able to fix this. If the person can figure it out, I can. So I would watch him all the time with wires, like he was stripping wires and stuff. And I thought it was so cool to get like a wire stripper, you know? And I was like, that is so cool. And I just wanted to like twist it and pop it off, you know? It's like,
Right.
I think that it's also where you grew up. And I did not grow up in like a really like wealthy environment starting out. So a lot of things just had to be fixed by myself. And I couldn't call somebody or, you know, figure it out. So, I mean, I had to figure it out. I couldn't call somebody to figure it out. And I remember as a kid, like figuring out how the toilet worked. I don't know many girls that even lift the top off the toilet. I think they're kind of scared of what they're going to find in there. And I like would reach my hand down in there and like wonder how the thing works and stuff.
Right.
So I figure it is sure like that is, you're curious. And I think having a curious mind and also being fearless and wanting to know like, how do I do this? And I've always been like that. So it is nature, but I also think it's cultivated through your nurturing. And so if somebody nurtures that in you, you're going to be more curious later on to continue learning about things.
Yeah, you bring up a very good point, because I think, like you said, a lot of it has to do with your upbringing and how, like you said, how you're nurtured and what your parents impressed upon you at a young age and things like that. So that has a lot to do with it as well, most definitely.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I don't know if I asked you this earlier, but you're getting a new iPhone. Obviously, it's in the mail. What are you most excited about when you get the new iPhone?
I mean, obviously, I'm most excited about the cases I'm put on it, even though it's beautiful. It's beautiful. And I know that a lot of people like, I don't want to ruin it by putting a case on it. And to be honest, like I don't usually make this point, because one of my biggest points is like, you should protect your case. And I mean, your phone, it's an expensive device. Why would you not want to make sure that it's safe and secure and at least get some kind of case, even if it's not from my company, but just a case. But as a matter of fact, though, I don't think that with the way that cases are, I mean, why do I keep saying cases? The way that phones are made now, especially with Apple phones, you do and you don't need to protect it. So for example, I've dropped my phone numerous times because when I'm doing videos, I'm very klutzy, and I will take a case off and my phone will like slam onto the floor, and I have hardwood floors. And so it's never broken. Like that's what people don't get. It's like, it's never broken. And all the times I've dropped it from like heights that are, you know, this high and stuff, it's never broken. But the reason that I do say that I'm excited about cases and I think cases are essential for a lot of people is because how many people have had their phone on their lap in their car? Hopefully you're not doing that anymore, because there are ways to mount it, you know, so hopefully you're not doing that anymore. But you have it on your lap, maybe you're getting out of the car and you just set it on your lap and you forget it's there and you're on the road and you get out, like parallel parking in LA, and it falls in the cement. That ruins the outside. It chips it, it nicks it, it destroys the corners, like it can crack your screen. So I don't know. Like I'm always kind of on the fence, like I tell people. All
right, we got a quick question in the chat. Theodore wants to know, where can he find or where can he check out your cases?
Oh, okay. So I know my name is spelled really uniquely. It's Kimberlea, but my brand is just Kimber, which is the first part of my name. And it's just KAMBYR.com.
Cool.
Thanks for asking.
No problem. And we will bring in Miss Christina Red. Hi, Christina.
What's up? How's it going?
Good. How you doing?
Hi.
Good. Can you hear me? Is everything good?
Oh yeah, you and the Crispy Mike are live. You are live.
Sweet. Awesome. Cool. Good deal. Thank you for having me. It's been a hot minute.
It's been a while, yeah.
Kimber?
Kimber, yeah. Hi,
yeah.
nice to
meet you. Yeah. I've never met you
like
before.
Your
Thank you. I don't want to show my face. So
I love
this is what you guys get.
So cute.
Thank you. My husband like walked by. He's like, your hoodie is up, just so you know. I was like, yeah, I know. I'm pulling a John Prosser and just going into myself.
I love it.
If you guys want to check out her cases, Jeff just posted the link in the chat, and there you go. Thank you, Jeff. Appreciate that.
You.
How you gonna come on my live streams and hide in your face? How'd that work? How you coming on my live streams hiding your face though?
I don't know what you just said. Say it slower, please. I'm sorry. It's
How
been a minute.
Are you coming on my live streams hiding your face?
Oh, I'm a G. I do those things.
You're a G.
Yeah, I've been in editing caves these last, couple. When was the last time I've on? I feel like it's been at least 2 months. So,
yep.
Yeah, so she's not appropriate to see people. So
Aw.
She crazy. Oh Lord.
so what's going on? What's all okay? So I came in probably 2 hours late because we were eating dinner and relaxing. So I heard something about pop sockets. Please, I'm so sorry. I always do this. I make people re-explain things. Can you give me like a 30-second rundown so I'm privy to what's going on?
Oh, definitely. I think we can definitely paraphrase it.
Yep.
Yeah, so I do tech accessories on my channel, so it's a little bit different. I mean, obviously, I kind of talk about tech because I use the tech accessories with the tech. So I'm pretty unique as a YouTuber because there's not a lot of women that are in tech, and then phone fashion is what I call my niche. And so it started out with pop sockets because I was, really obsessed with cases. I own a case company, and I really wanted to accessorize with grips for various reasons, mostly because they're cute and I can match them. But I ended up doing a lot of content for them in the beginning because I was a fan, as they like to call it. And I was also an influencer. So that's where I kind of started with my channel. And then, of course, we're at over 11 million views on that content alone on my channel. And I've tried to work with them numerous times. And, we had somewhat of a relationship going for a little while, but it was like one of those things where we want to work with you, but you have to do something for us, because I was talking about a competitor and they wanted to, get the competitor off my channel and more of their content. But they weren't paying me for content, by the way. I've never been sponsored by them, and I've never done a video that's sponsored. So eventually,
so they weren't paying for that exclusivity.
No, and they didn't.
Oh.
So then, so the relationship was never really the way that I wanted. And I kind of asked them for all kinds of relationships. I was like, can I do wholesale? Can I sell custom ones on my site? Can I do this? And it was always a no. And I don't know why, because I am sort of the known person for pop sockets. I don't work for them. But if you go to YouTube and you type it in, you're going to be watching me showing you how to use it, how to fix it, how to clean it, how to whatever. So flashing forward to 2 years later, I had done a video 2 years ago with some really creative ideas on how you could use their product. And one of my ideas was like one of these hacks, and I was using it as a handle. And for a cup that doesn't have a handle on it, you can use it just like a phone that you're gripping. And I thought it was really cool. I put it number 1 because I thought it was innovative, but I guess they didn't think so. And but I guess they did, because 2 years later they made a product. And I've been working really closely with them in that I've been to their factory. I've been to their warehouse. I mean, not the warehouse, their headquarters, 2 different headquarters. I've made DIYs with ideas that they eventually used. They promised they were going to do like some collabs with me, but they never did. And I felt like I was kind of being strung along. And then this was the straw that broke the camel's back, because I was like, dude, you're not going to even acknowledge that 2 years ago you definitely saw that video. So that was a synopsis.
That makes sense. That was a very good summary.
Thanks.
Yeah, and she even have an article in The Verge about this issue about pop sockets using her idea and not giving her any credit and things like that. So we've been discussing brand influencer relationship for like the first 2 hours, me and her. So that's what we've been doing.
Yeah.
Gotcha. No, that's really interesting. That's really lame of them, but that's I've been in a very similar world. To give you a summary of who I am, since we're becoming friends. I work from home. Sometimes I wear hoodies. Sometimes I don't even wear pants, but today I'm wearing pants. I'm wearing jeans.
Same. Yeah.
But I work with different creators, and I also, more lucratively, I'm learning, work with companies, not as a creator, just because that's not what we're selling right now. We're selling our creativity. So I do a lot of direct-to-consumer stuff, and I somehow fumbled my way into advertising and marketing and stuff, which is crazy and literally didn't try to, but retainers pay the bill, so let's do it. Learning the brand creator partnership and, okay, who gets rights to this? You're paying me for this, XYZ. Why are you paying me so much money? Oh, because I have this experience and all sorts of things, brand influencer stuff. I'm here for it.
So interesting because it's becoming, I mean, it is business and it's becoming more and more of a business. And I guess I had a question for you. So do you sign a contract right away before you do any work for them? Or like, how do you know that you're not going to be screwed over?
Uh-oh. Christina is frozen or something. Awkward. Christina.
I think it's
I'm
working.
here. I know what's going on. I had to switch
there
my
you go.
Wi-Fi.
Okay.
And
Oh. So how do you make sure that you won't be screwed over by brand? Do you sign a contract before you start working?
I love contracts. Contracts are the best.
Okay.
Yeah. So I kind of, so I had and I don't want to drop any names, but I had an initial contract, an initial retainer contract. And from that, I just kind of, contracts are really intimidating, I feel like, but they're literally just a bunch of words that people sign. So you can literally put whatever you want in a contract within reason. Actually, not within reason, because if the person signs it, you know, they're agreeing to it. So I basically just took that first contract, read through it like 17 times. Yeah. And then I basically morphed and kind of added what I'd like to, you know, so in regards to revisions, because I do a lot of stuff with marketing. If you have a million people and like this person has to give approval and this person has to give approval, I'm not trying to do all that, because just because you don't have one person on your staff to give approval, that's not my problem. So you get one round of revision, and that's something that I added into it. And then in regards to like who owns the content, if it's for another company and my name's not tied to it, I could care less what they do with it. So if they want to put Comic Sans across it, your company's gonna die, but whatever. So I'll like advise them on some things and say like, hey, I think this is a bad idea. But in regards to like who owns it and that kind of stuff, I with these specific relationships, I kind of relinquish that creative the art piece. I don't know if that answered your question at all, though.
Yeah, no, it definitely did. My dog wants to come in my room. Sorry. Come on. My dog feels lonely, I guess. Oh no, that definitely answered the question. Come on in.
Yeah, I used to like not like if a company wanted me to sign like a retainer. I'd love retainers. I never say no. But if a company would want me to like sign an NDA or
how do you deal with that?
So first of all, I ask them why, and I go like, I'm not trying to be disrespectful by any means, but I really want to understand why you wouldn't want me to work with somebody else, because that's good for my business. And a lot of times they'll explain and they'll, you know, it's to cover their butts. And I totally overemphasize, look, my intentions are not to screw anybody over in any way, shape, or form. And if I feel comfortable with signing the NDA, then I do. I'm sorry, the do not compete. Do not competes are weird though, because really,
it's like, have you ever not signed one? And if so, how did you navigate that?
So I wouldn't say that I haven't signed one. I didn't put myself in the position to sign one. So we just didn't build the relationship with them. It was with a company that we would basically be doing some level of creative work for them. And gosh, I remember James and I were anyway, sorry. So they wanted us to do some level of creative work for them, all underneath their umbrella, which is rad. I'm here for it. But when I would ask them, like, you know, tell me more, what are your goals with your company? Like, why do you want to, you know, tackle this space? They wanted to tackle space A to tackle spaces B through Z. And that's kind of a red flag, because you can't do everything, or else you're going to just do it poorly. But but for that, I was like, it's not off the table. But B through Z kind of puts James, my husband's name is James. He's
right. I just figured it was like a partner of some kind.
Yeah. So he, what was I saying? B through Z. So that would put us in a position where we couldn't connect with tourism boards. So if we were doing tourism photography for their company, totally fine. I'm down for it. But the tourism board wanted video. Well, their company doesn't provide video. So here I am. I'm here for it.
Right.
They didn't want that because that would take away from their B through Z. And it just didn't seem like a good idea. It seemed like it would take a lot more of our time. The money was good. And thankfully we're in a position at this point, knock on wood, because it can all hit the fan in like 30 days.
Exactly. I know that all too well.
Yeah. We're in a position where we can go, okay, you know what? Maybe this isn't the right partnership for us. Also, with contracts, when it comes to getting paid, if it's a month-to-month contract, make sure there's like a clause in there that says, like, if you want to like end this relationship, totally fine. I need written notice, and I need a 30 days written notice, essentially. And that covers your butt for another month. So
that's interesting. That's really good to know, because I'm signing contracts all the time now, and they haven't been, I would say, like as complicated, but but I have been recently, like more and more, they're getting more, they want more things, and they want it for like longer. So it's really interesting because I run into that too, like the non-disclosures and like the non-competes and stuff. And it's really weird because for me, I create a variety of content on different topics, different products. And it would be really a disservice. Sorry, my dog wanted to go out again. It would be a disservice to my audience if I decided to only talk about like one thing. I have to be able to talk about competitors.
Yeah. I 100%. Now, on the flip side, I've got a price for certain things. James,
exactly.
James is a little bit less money driven. I'm not like totally money driven. He's a good balance for me. But for example, if Honda wanted to work with us, but we had to sign like a 2-year do not compete, the chances of another car company wanting to work with us are very slim. But they don't know that. So I'm going to charge them. And obviously you have to be like within reason, because they have context too. But that's kind of like how the game works. If you want me to not talk about, let's like use PopSocket, for example.
Yeah.
If you want me to not talk about Loopies, which is, I think, the PopSocket competitor, for 6 months.
Yeah, we talked about that. Yeah.
Totally fine. I can, like, let's say you make content once a week, kind of map out a rough timeline for yourself, and then charge the crap out of them for being like,
that's really good.
Exclusive.
Let
me do a disclaimer. Don't take any of my advice because I don't know what I'm doing.
No, I've been in situations and I would give very similar advice. I've done that with a brand before, but it was more on Instagram. So it was like a certain clothing, and I couldn't talk about beating brand for like 3 weeks or something. It wasn't as long, and like the link had to stay in the description box kind of thing, like in the bio. And I mean, there are things like that, and there is a price or an opportunity. So sometimes it's not always a price, but sometimes it's like a really amazing opportunity. So I'm not going to say no.
I'm not very familiar with kind of selling our name, so to speak. So why is the exposure being so freaking weird right now? Excuse me. So I'm not super familiar with keeping our name aside from things. It's more like working with like on the company end. So more back end versus creator. I would love for that to shift, but I'm cool with where it is right now. Like I'm doing, it's fine.
I'm shifting the other way. So I've been doing the creator thing, and now I'm doing more of the back end business stuff for companies, because that's what kind of happens is they see you building something and they're like, well, can you build that for us? And so I've been doing that, and it's really an interesting experience because I went from corporate world, creator world, and now I feel like I'm going a little bit more corporate world again. And it's just an interesting cycle of learning new things. And I think it's because I've been on camera and doing this for 4 years, I kind of like sitting back and kind of using my creative juices, but not having to kind of perform.
Mhm.
So I really do like that, but I like both because I like the
Yeah.
community of being on the front end.
Mm-hmm. There's a different dynamic because we've tried to do stuff not like not legit paid sponsored, but like, hey, send us a thing and we'll make something for you. And at this point, honestly, it just like, and I'm in a very interesting part of our creative journey at this point, but trying to figure out your voice for a product when you are still figuring out what flows best for you is kind of just a territory that at this point I don't really want to deal with. So I don't really want to like
Yeah.
water bottle. Thank you, James.
Hey, she finally put the hood off. Welcome.
I've opened up.
You opened
I
up.
figured I could do my hair a little bit for the people. Got to give the people what they want.
So I know you've probably been traveling somewhere. So where are you coming from?
This past time was Moab in the desert.
Wow.
James and I recently got a
Oh
car
my gosh.
that we could sleep in, like homeless people, so we don't have to pay for hotel rooms. We're only like at the point where we do it like one day, and then the next day we get a hotel if we want to spend 2 nights because we're still figuring it out. But so we went down to the desert. James had a photography project that he needed to shoot for, and I've been burnt out massively. So I actually didn't film anything. I took some pictures and filmed some video, but I was like, you know what? I'm just going to create without having a plan. I feel like I wasted the opportunity to make a video, but whatever.
Sometimes you need those moments though, where you just kind of, because I think you get more creative in those moments sometimes for later. Like it gives you more energy. Because I've done that. I just did that a few days ago. I was like, you know what? I could do a lot of work, and I did some photos and things like that. But I was like, I'm not putting on makeup. I'm not doing anything where it's like I have to be in front of a camera. And I think it like revitalized me because I came back and I was like, oh, I can't wait to do all these things. So yeah, it's good every once in a while.
You have to do it 100% though. You can't halfway do it. And I have a hard time kind of disconnecting and not creating and not thinking about the next video because that's not efficient. You have to do it. You have to keep thinking. You have to be go, go, go. But I'm learning some of the things that I'm learning a lot is like give yourself a break, cut yourself some slack. But I say that. And then on the other hand, I'm like drill sergeant. So
it's hard to.
I just want to be out here hustling, you know? I just want to work so hard.
It's hard to turn it off. Once you turn it on, it's hard to turn it off.
Yeah, Viper, you honestly this week I've been lurking so hard, and you have been super inspiring because like you got the week off, like you're crushing it.
No, I didn't have the week off. I just had today off, and
I thought you took a week off.
No, I took a couple of days off last week, and I took today off obviously to take delivery of my precious. But yeah, it feels like I've been taking a week off. I've been live streaming practically like back-to-back days, and it's been crazy. Yeah, but it's iPhone season. This is what we do.
Yep, kudos to you because you're that's really good because you have been compensating for what I've been lacking. So I've been grabbing that energy.
Well, I appreciate you lurking. So Kimberly, I am curious, what got you into making videos?
Okay, so the first time I started making videos was in 2010, and I made my YouTube channel back then. And then I actually got pregnant, and I was a single mom. And I didn't think at the time, I was like, no one wants to see me. Like, this is weird. I'm going through this thing in my life. And I stopped recording. Now, looking back, I'm like, oh my gosh, what a great story. Like, I should have kept going and let people know what was going on and the struggles I was having and things like that. I didn't. So it ended up making me record or like come on video the first time is I was an actress since I was 2, and I did a lot of like commercials and some movies that were like not really that important. And I just love being a part of a production. I've always loved being a part of production. It gives me an interesting feeling inside. Like I love being around like microphones and cameras and wires and people running around. Like that's always been really inspiring to me. And so from being an actress, I lost a couple of parts because I was pregnant, and they don't need a pregnant girl, so they're just like, oh, you were supposed to play this part of like this cool person, like it's not that cool to be pregnant, I guess. And they're like, no, it's going to change your body, whatever. So I had nothing else going on, and I started realizing, no, maybe I just lay low and don't do anything on the internet. I kind of like disabled everything. I wasn't doing anything, like no Instagram, no Twitter, nothing. And I was just doing personal Instagram and stuff. And then funny how things work, but it's like the circle of life or whatever you want to call it. But my daughter, when she turned 3, I was working in corporate, doing real estate law, and came in my bedroom one night and I saw her in the mirror and she was pretending she was talking to a camera. And so she was saying, like, welcome to my YouTube channel. I'm Shyla. And she was 3 in diapers. And I was like, almost getting out of diapers. And I was like, what are you doing? And she said, oh, I'm pretending that I'm a YouTuber. And I was like, what the hell? Because like the last time I recorded on YouTube, it was to answer questions because of Twitter. Like Twitter questions were coming and I had a pretty large Twitter following at the time. So I would answer the questions via YouTube. It wasn't like you're a YouTuber. I was like, what is this? So I had been off of YouTube for years and I used to use it to like fix my toilet. I used to be like, how do I fix this? And it would come up. So finally I was at work the next day and I typed in, because she said, I want my own YouTube channel. And I go, you have an account. You're watching, YouTube videos. She says, no, I want to be a YouTuber. And I was like, what the hell? So I typed in like kids YouTube and it was like, I was like, what? There's like a whole world. And every single day at work, I would listen to Roberto Blake. That's who I found. And I would listen on my headphones and pretend I was working. And he was talking about like how to build a channel and how to do this. So I listened to him for almost a year, like 6 months before I even started my YouTube channel back up, but I was doing videos with my daughter and on her channel. And finally I was like, you know what? I'm going to do this. I'm just going to get in my bedroom late at night. She goes to bed and I'm just going to start talking about whatever's on my desk. I was like, I'll talk about, I don't know, anything I like. So that's how I started it.
Wow. At 3, she wanted to be a YouTuber. Wow.
And she still is. She's a businesswoman, that one. She turns down brands. She talks about which ones she wants to work with, which ones she doesn't. She still has a YouTube channel. She still does it. So she does more like modeling and acting now for brands, like on the backside. Like she's doing a lot of like modeling and stuff like that, and not so much on YouTube. But we're still doing YouTube. I mean, she's still doing it.
That's epic.
That is pretty cool. Wow.
3 years old.
It's amazing what kids can do for you, no doubt.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy.
Very crazy. Christina, are you getting the new iPhone? Oh, wow. That's interesting. She's like, I wonder.
I'm not against it, but I don't really want to. I just updated.
I was the same.
Yeah, I just upgraded. Not by choice. I was very happy with my iPhone 7S until James broke his and then he got a new one. So then I wanted to get a new one. So now I'm on the 10S and I mean, it's i8, but I'm sure like the iPhone 11 seems cool. The lenses seem really cool, but I don't really I'm basically the average consumer at this point.
Yeah, I forgot you don't. I forgot you don't like the new iPhone because they don't have the fingerprint sensor. I forgot about. We had the conversation.
Yeah, and I heard rumors that there was going to be a fingerprint sensor, and I was like, the gods have spoken. I've been praying for this, and then Mr. Good Morning didn't bring it. So,
Mr. Good Morning.
But I mean, if someone throws it at me, I'll take it. So
all right, so
yeah.
I think the iPhone that you might be looking forward to is next year because there's rumors that they might bring it back on next year's iPhone. So
yeah, but that's gonna be an S model, so that's gonna. I don't think it's gonna be next year. I think it's gonna be in 2 years. And honestly, this phone's fine for me. Like the whole lens situation, it's great, but personally, I don't really like wide lenses. and that's just an artistic thing. I can't
Yeah.
figure out what to put in the frame because everything's in the frame.
Mm.
But I've got a camera with a wide lens. So
Right.
yeah. I'm sorry. I hope that doesn't affect our friendship, Mr. Apple.
No, I
Team
was just
Apple.
curious because I know you're a big camera buff, and I'm like, with these 3 lenses, I thought you would be more interested, but you're like, whatever.
I was kind of interested. You know, the Apple Watch commercial, the one that made everyone's heart explode.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, man, maybe I need to get an Apple Watch. But honestly, I don't even wear mine right now. I wear it when I exercise, but you know, I just haven't been too compelled on it. Truthfully, I probably wouldn't have watched the keynote unless Sarah needed my help. She basically needed me to screen record because we're like getting these things out. And while she's like taking notes, like we had a Apple Note shared. So I can see her script. So I know what to mark in and out. And then, you know, so I basically all that stuff. I probably wouldn't have watched the keynote because I've got other things to do and they're not really doing. I mean, the lenses are cool, but so is other things. Sorry.
Totally. No.
No, it's, I mean, like you said, you don't. I mean, if what you have is working for you, then you don't really need to get anything new. So I can understand that.
Right. I used to really watch next week. I break my phone and I go get a new one. I used to be like, yeah, newest, latest, greatest thing. But my focus has just been in a different spot lately. It's just been on trying to get my personal workflow, creative workflow, we have a business now, which I feel like that was the goal, but I still feel like we kind of fumbled our way into it. So trying to keep the business efficient and like, I want to make sure that I'm creating at 100% for these people that are paying me all this money. I'm just in a weird spot.
Do you work with your husband projects, or are you guys in a separate business, or do you have a business together?
Together. So we call ourselves a creative sweatshop. So Viper mentioned Sarah. At one point, James was editing for her boyfriend, John. So the videos that would go up kind of simultaneously, we'd both be working on. Now he shifted his focus more, like less of video editing and more towards photography. But when Christina says yes to too many things, because Christina's a yes man, she goes, James, help me.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
We got James in the chat. Is that true, James? Can you confirm or deny?
Can you confirm or deny?
I can 1000% confirm. There's been times in August in specific. August was very, very busy, where I had things due at the same time, and it wasn't due to poor time management. It was just due to there's only 24 hours in a day. And I had James working on one thing. I was working on another. And then he'd get it to a point and we'd flip flop and switch. And it's fun in a way. But yes, thank you, James, for...
It's painful sometimes.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, that's a good confirmation, James. Indeed, it is. We had to get... This is an amazing example. So there was a fire that we had to put out, and it was actually James's fault. James, I'm going to throw you under the bus. He misspelled a couple words on the last project that he was helping me with, which looks so bad. And honestly, I missed it. I'm going to take full responsibility because it's, it was me that was supposed to send it off. So we're at the dentist this morning. I'm getting like an email saying a customer said that you guys, what word was it? What word was it? Loose.
Loose.
So instead of lose, he wrote loose, which I would do the same thing because I can't spell for nothing. Which is a mess. That's kind of what's going on. Okay.
You're saying that I misspelled a couple of words.
Yes, you did.
I made a mistake.
No, you made 3.
But you edited the second video.
Did I?
And you made more mistakes.
Oh, we got a problem.
I gave them to you so that you could do the polish rounds.
That's true.
So it was your job to catch
Okay.
those mistakes.
Pause.
You stand corrected.
I'm
Oh
pretty
my
sure.
God.
I don't think that I spelled making MAIKING.
Oh my gosh.
That's basically our day. It's fun but painful. It's great.
But
It's
were
fun.
you able to edit it, or was it done deal?
Hmm?
Were you able to edit the mistakes, or was it a done deal? Like, was it already out there, not able
I
to
don't
edit
know.
after the fact?
I don't know. My contact said, "Don't worry, just keep a closer eye on it." So I don't know who's mad, but I'm still getting paid. So, and if not, then I have 30 days because they already signed the retainer.
Okay, well, there you go.
But with that said, after that happened, we had like a what we call them meetings because that's what they are, where we're like we need to have a better flow. That way it doesn't go through the seams. Because honestly, well, I haven't said the company's name. Honestly, those were drafts that I sent to them. They were supposed to come to me with feedback, but it's not their job to do spell checks. So I take full responsibility. We have a better workflow for polishing. We both polish if we both work on the video.
That's good.
Thank you, James.
Boom. There you go.
Somebody in the chat, was it Maya? Is it Mia or Maya? Sorry,
I think Mia.
I can't. Mia. Okay. I'm bad at reading and spelling. I do math really good though. She said, wait, hold on. Let me make sure that I'm giving credit to the right person. You guys start talking about something else.
So
Whatever you
Kimber,
want.
do you travel at all, or do you just stay in
I
LA
do.
mostly?
I do travel, but it's not really that exciting. I go mostly to New York and then back here for business. So it's back and forth between there and here. I'm probably going to be there next week in New York. So maybe there's some fun things I can do while there.
Now, I know we talked about this a little bit earlier, but are you going to show up at this? I mean, I know you're not going to be, but are you going to like drop in or?
Yeah, I usually come and have drinks so I can just hang out if I don't go. Because they have like the bar and like sometimes we go to dinner. I don't know if it was last time or the time before, but Roberta Blake put a group of people together and we went out to dinner. It was really nice, and I like to do that stuff. So it's literally down the street from my house if it's going to be in the same spot it was before. So it's like a 5-minute drive.
They moved locations.
Oh, they did. Where are they going now?
The Sheraton Gateway, apparently.
I'll look it up and see if it's close by. But it shouldn't be that far from where I am regardless. I'm going to look it up.
While you're looking that up, I want to thank Mia because she said something very encouraging along the lines of, I am very business minded, which honestly, I don't realize it until I start speaking out loud to people other than James, because we speak out loud to each other all the time. But yeah, I don't realize it until I'm like, spouting off things and I go, oh, maybe I know something. But that was very encouraging and a boost of energy for me. Thank you, Mia.
I mean, what am I, chopped liver here? How many times have I told you that you've been crushing it? How many times have I tell you, what am I, chopped liver?
Listen.
Yeah.
I've got to give some love to the chat, okay?
Yeah.
You're very
They're
nice
here. It looks like it's only going to be about 10 minutes away from my house, so I probably will end up coming by. And if there's any like dinners or anything people are putting together, but what's the date? It's in October.
It's
the second week
October.
of October.
Yeah, the 15th through the 17th are the date.
Okay. Yeah. I can do that.
I was going to do the same thing. Just go. There's an event going on in Utah right now called CVX Live, which is just it's just a convention for creative people and
Cool.
more viewers. Creator viewer experience is what it's called. And we aren't going because honestly we have things to do, but we're going to just kind of hang around and hey, if anybody's going to dinner, let us know. But we're not going to attend the event. I'm sure that the event people don't like that.
And what are they going to do about it?
Nothing.
Exactly.
What, not invite me to dinner? Okay.
Ooh, right? Ain't nobody got time to pay
Speaking of
for
which, I have to eat. I have to go make dinner.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. So I want to come on anytime you want to have me. I had so much fun on here and met so many cool people in chat. And you've obviously built something really awesome because these people are engaged and they care and they like what you're doing. And I do too. And I'm really glad I met Christina too. You and James seem awesome, just from what I can tell from here. And I love that you guys work together. I work together with my fiance. So it can be very challenging and very rewarding at the same time. So
Yes. Are you on Twitter?
She is.
yeah.
Someone drops some for me.
I think
Yeah,
she
it's my name is on here and I can find you.
Cool.
Yeah, you are
And
always
thanks for
welcome.
having me on.
No problem. You are always welcome back
Yeah,
anytime.
anytime. And if you want to do anything with me, let me know. We could do something, especially with the holiday. And there's a lot of like tech stuff coming out for gifts. And that's the biggest time for me to do reviews and whatnot. So if you think of anything cool, let me know. I'm always around.
Thank you. I will let you know, definitely.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much. I had so much fun.
No problem. You have a good evening.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah.
I found your Twitter. Okay. Bye, guys. Have a good night.
Bye.
Hey,
Christina, me and you.
what's going on?
What's going on? Well, besides our new iPhone day, I'm just out here, like you said, I'm out here. I live streamed last night. I'm live streaming again tonight. I got
Live
videos
stream
put
this
out.
morning.
Oh, yeah, live streaming this morning. I forgot about that. I feel like I've been live streaming like every day since this iPhone went on pre-order. But I mean, what do we do, man? This is the busy tech season.
Crushing the game.
Summertime is usually the low point, but now we're getting into the hot and heavy heat of it. So I'm out here grinding. I got some videos to work on and put out this weekend, and just cranking them out.
That's awesome. Well done, sir. Very well done. I think James wants to join. So
I see you grabbed the mic.
So if you were looking to leave, and I'm sorry, you can't.
Okay, we can't leave it. James gonna come up here and chill.
No, watch a debate, a marital debate.
I know this is gonna be interesting. What is happening here?
Okay, let's see what's going on.
I can't hear anything. Can I use one of your AirPods?
I suppose.
Oh,
Okay.
that's so sweet.
Hopefully this isn't going to mess things up. We are working our way towards smoothness. Why are you bringing your computer over here?
Oh, I guess you have chat, don't you?
What is this guy doing? Like who asked you to come? Oh my gosh.
Savagery.
Now he's making Cooper move. Cooper was nice and
all right.
and
What's up, Viper?
What's
you
up,
got the
James?
AirPods sticking all
How
out
are you,
your
man?
ear, looking like a
I am
crazy
good,
man.
sir. How you been?
I've been well. Just staying busy, trying to keep the work-life balance going on.
I always talk to Christina, but I rarely talk to you.
I know. Yeah, normally I just want to be like, introverted after a long day, but you guys seem like you're having a lot of fun, so I thought I'd come hang out.
No problem, man.
This is my time to hang out with like people.
Yeah. I was gonna mention I tweeted you. I don't know if you saw it.
I saw.
I think your glasses are fantastic.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate
You're like
it.
some sort of secret agent or something.
I'm looking like Morpheus from The Matrix, man.
That's it.
That's what I was gonna say, but
That's it. Yeah.
I couldn't think of it because it's another movie. That I haven't seen.
Who knows how many people you've murdered behind those glasses? In those eyes,
right.
So
you know what? I'm glad I got both of you here because I can ask you about the new Sony AR4. What the hell is it called? Whatever it is. Was it A7? Oh yeah, the A7R4.
Okay, A7R4.
Yeah, the A7R4. What do you guys think about that?
I haven't heard anything about it, to be honest. Have you heard anything about it, Chris?
Yeah, it doesn't have about, so I'm not here for it.
Is it? So let's see. Is it? Hold on. A7R Mark IV.
Yeah. So
we're on the Mark III so far, and then the Mark IV just came out.
Right, but for some reason we don't have a Sony A7S Mark III.
I'm looking up specs.
So it's a primarily photography heavy camera. James does photography, but we're not trying to put them on like bulletin boards. Instagram's going to compress them anyway, so who needs like 70 megapixels?
So this is okay. So it hasn't come out yet. Is that right?
I'm not sure. I think
I'm seeing things about release date, so I don't know if it's come out yet. Well, okay. So for one, hold on, let me make sure I'm looking at the right thing. Apparently, it's supposed to have 61 megapixels. Or am I looking at the right one?
I think that sounds
Yep.
about right.
If that's the case, good God. I mean, like that's only cool if you're gonna print your photo on the side of a 90-foot wall in the Empire State Building or something.
See, I'm not the only one that throws shade at these things.
It's I mean, that's pretty cool though. The files are probably enormous. The flip out screen is something that we have been waiting for on the A7 series for a while. Genosis says mega nipples. That's great.
Lord.
I don't even want to know the context. It's just funny enough without it. So what was that? Oh yeah, the flip out screen is something that is a huge deal for us, and it makes no sense that they haven't put it on any of the A7s yet. I think that's something that would be incredible. I filmed a video the other day where I rarely do lockdown shots for myself where I sit on a tripod and just point it at my face. But I recorded a video the other day in the woods, and I had the
As we do.
as one does, as the fully clothed, with the A6400, and it does have a flip out screen. But here's the issue with the A6400.
Tell him, James.
It has a flip out screen, but it flips up. Now,
Yep.
if you have a Rode mic like we have to put on top of that,
No go.
if you flip that thing up,
Yep.
you got problems because
Yep.
you can't see what you're filming, so you might as well not have the screen at all. So we want, for one, the A7 should have a flip out screen, and if it does have to flip up, that's fine at the very least, but man, would it be fantastic if it flipped out.
Yeah.
Now I've heard something about their legal reasons why they can't do that, but I don't know
I
if
think
that's
that's
true or
like
not.
a rumor or something like that. So I never got to tell you the story. Did I tell you the story about the A7 Mark III?
No, I don't think so.
So I was on Facebook Marketplace one day, and we've been looking to get the 16 to 35 super wide lens. It's not super wide, but it's fairly wide. And I saw one, but I also saw that it was for sale with an A7, and it was also for sale with a 50 millimeter, which we actually haven't used very much.
I need to use it.
The list price was $3,200, and I was like, all right, it's cool, but like that's a good price, but I'm not trying to drop that much. Well, she lowered the price after like 2 weeks to $2,800. Now I'm going, okay, that's still a good bit, but it's a good deal. So I did a little bit of research because I internet real good, and I learned a little bit about this person without her knowing. You gotta make an educated purchase. And I went, okay, she's dropped the price. She posted it like 3 months ago, and she still hasn't been able to sell it. She'll probably sell this camera for $2,500. So I got basically a $4,000+ kit for $2,500, and I think that was a pretty good purchase.
It's a
I think
great
so.
purchase. Yes.
Mhm.
It was a ridiculous deal. Like we were standing in the room about to buy it because we went, when you do the whole Facebook Marketplace thing, you show up at their house. And so we were looking at all the gear, and I was just holding up the camera, pointing it out the window, testing it to see if everything worked out fine. There was nothing, nothing on the sensor or anything like that.
She walked out, and James
And
looked at me and said, "This is a really."
I was
good
like,
deal."
this is fantastic.
It's like, okay,
We need to, we don't even need to negotiate. This is such a great deal.
yeah.
And it was something, we didn't know exactly when we were going to get an A7, but we saw that. I guess you
Like,
had
we
been
haven't-
watching that deal.
Yeah.
I didn't realize you had been watching it.
And like we haven't been kicking and screaming to get a full frame camera, but it would be
Right.
nice. It was.
There's a difference, man. The character
There's a
of
difference.
the image on a full frame camera is very different than a crop sensor. But Mia was asking, couldn't you get one of those small cages to put the mic on the side? And we had one of those, but
It's not a cage.
whenever it's not a cage, it's like a little arm. But the problem is when you forget that at the apartment and you're in the woods. So,
Did
yeah.
you forget it?
Yeah, I
thought you-
forgot. I didn't have it with me.
You had to come back up. Is that what you came back up?
No, I just
You didn't have it at all.
I just old school did 5 test shots, and I was like, am I in there? Is my head going out? Okay, I think I'm gonna be in there the whole time. So
Yeah.
I recorded it that way, and it worked out. But sometimes what happens is you get done and you go into the editor and you're down here
Mm.
and you're trying to record the video this way, and that's problematic. That makes James sad. That makes a
Yeah.
video not work out.
That would be bad. That would be bad.
Mhm.
What's going on outside?
Somebody's drilling. What's that?
I didn't do it. I didn't do it.
Did you hear that? Hopefully you guys didn't hear that. I have the window open.
No, not major. Not major.
Good deal.
But yeah, I don't. But I'm with you guys. I don't know why Sony won't put the flip out screen on their cameras. They would absolutely kill it if they did. I think, like James said, it might have something to do with some type of patent or something that they can't do it. I don't know. It's odd.
Yeah.
So
I heard
here's
the
a
flip
question.
to the side screen was the problem for them.
So, question.
But Panasonic does it.
So does freaking hell. So does Canon.
Yep.
So I wonder, is there like a parent company between Panasonic and Canon that maybe we don't know about?
I don't know. I'm not heavy into cameras, so I wouldn't know. But I've never heard anything like that. But I mean, with the way business works these days, who knows?
Gotcha. Okay. That I would imagine that's why those two cameras in specific have it, and then Sony doesn't.
Christina, we had a conversation a while ago. Oh, okay, I remember now. Yep, I was asking you a few months ago about Marvel movies, and you said that you don't watch them or you haven't seen them, right?
Right. That is correct, officer.
Okay, I thought so. Okay.
So there was this. I've been very cynical about the internet lately. I've been kind of in a funk, but there's this conversation that Roberto replied to, and then I jumped in on it. Why does it look so blue? Can you work on the white balance in here, please? Sure. Thank you. So basically talking about like the whole narrative of like YouTube's algorithm is the problem. Is that good? YouTube's algorithm is the problem, and these creators deserve views and stuff. And we've heard this time and time again, over and over. And I subscribe to what all the smart people subscribe to, which is, goodness gracious, what are you doing?
My apologies. I'm working on it.
Which is, you don't deserve anybody's time. And they said, the person said, well, if a creator puts a lot of time and energy into a video, don't you think they should get views? I responded, I'm sure the Marvel people put a lot of time and energy into their videos, or not their videos, their movies, but I haven't been compelled enough to watch it. I've been somewhat interested because all my friends are talking about it, but I'm not that interested to spend 2-3 hours of my life to watch it yet. At some point, I will be, I'm sure, maybe, who knows? But yes, let's hear it.
Okay, so let me get the mic closer here so I talk to my homie Christina real quick. So yeah, there's a lot of entitlement on the platform about what creators deserve and don't deserve, things like that. And I'm of the mindset with you, like the YouTube doesn't really owe creators anything. Just because you put a video out doesn't mean you should get views. You got to put something out that brings value to somebody. Somebody has to have a reason to want to click on your video before you start getting views. So if you can provide that value, then you'll get the click, you'll get the view. If your video is not providing that value, then you're not going to get the click or the view. But something happened yesterday, Christina, that's way beyond that YouTube just was absolutely wrong about, and they actually backtracked. And that was the removal of the verification check mark for channels that are already verified.
Mm-hmm. So I feel like Susan was on vacation, and then she came back to work, and she's like, "What the hell is going on here?"
Right.
Because she tweeted out, and she's like,
I hate my job.
Look, I don't know who's making these decisions while I was in Bali.
Right.
I'm sorry. I didn't answer my emails.
I told you guys, don't release an update to the terms of service at all. Ever. You don't make any more changes.
I had a random thought earlier today. I'm like, you know what? I wonder if like Susan makes these changes and then she knows that she's gonna revert them so she could come in there and look like the hero in the end.
Oh yeah. Clever theory.
I saw that and I just kind of giggled. It's not even like, you don't want to give in to the crowd, but that one truly was just a stupid idea. Yeah. I don't know what intern decided to write on an index card and put it in the box, but that was just a stupid thing. That is bad. So with the entitlement thing, okay, so you keep saying all day today is my precious, right?
Yep.
I've recently been becoming an adult and I've watched, not Harry Potter, what's it called? Lord of the Rings.
Okay.
So I get my point. It's gone.
Tutors and Return of the King are on Netflix. Anybody needs some evening watching, that is a brand new addition to Netflix from what I can see. They used to have Fellowship of the Ring and not the other ones, and then Fellowship of the Ring went away, and now they have Two Towers and Return of the King, but not Fellowship of the Ring.
Okay, so now we're updated.
That's some Alex Jones stuff right there.
So you know how what's his name had the whole inner conflict, and he was like the good guy and the bad guy, Gollum and Smeagol, right? I've been having that. That's been
Wow.
No,
this is a beautiful narrative you're crafting here.
I've been having that in regards to YouTube and the whole internet, and just like the other day, I was like, you know what, I don't want to curse on here. F it, fam. Flip it.
F it.
But anyway, so my cynicism is I know the right things. I know the truth. I know the North Star. You have to bring somebody value that they're convinced enough that like, hey, this seems really interesting. I'm going to take my precious time and watch 10 minutes of your video. And
that's important to note. You're taking time away from the person.
Yeah.
They have a life that will end someday. And you're taking time away from them. Why do you deserve that time at all?
Yeah.
Why would you think you deserve that time?
So, goodness gracious. We're not working right now, fam.
It's a very loud notification just blew my right ear.
I know. Sorry for texting so late. No need to respond. Great. I'm not going to
It's
respond.
okay. I'm left-eared anyway.
Okay. So I want to make sure that everyone, especially the people that are lurking right now on this stream, understand that Christina understands that I am taking people's time away. I don't deserve anything, no matter how hard I work. What my cynicism and issue, I don't even want to call it an issue. This is something that I've been trying to put words to.
Just get out. This is a counseling session.
Thank you, James.
It's okay. She might say some things that she doesn't mean. She might get a little, she might get a little bit emotional.
I mean, this is the night to get it out. I mean, we got people getting it out all night tonight. Let's go.
Boy,
Viper is the best counselor you could ever ask for.
I told you I'm going to vent. So we understand. Can we all come to an agreement that everyone on this stream right now understands nobody deserves a person's view? James?
Yep.
Yes.
Viper?
Deserves it.
Yep.
Okay, we signed that contract. We understand it. We're here.
Mm-hmm.
My problem is that, and like, I don't even want to say it shouldn't be so hard because that kind of falls back into the whole trap of like, we deserve it. But I have a creative block on how the hell to title and thumbnail a video. Once we get the people in, they are so hooked. It's insane. They love
like you're
us.
bitter with the formula.
I hate the formula. I am just pulling my hair out over the past and I think Viper, I'm preaching to the choir. I feel like you understand me. I feel like we're here.
Yeah. The problem that you're going to have is that we are in the age of clickbait. Mm-hmm. And I don't think you don't strike me as the clickbaity type, Christina, which is probably why you're having creative block about titles and thumbnails.
Yeah, I can sell my body, boy. And, like for thumbnails.
Oh Lord.
I may be in a hoodie, but there's a 6-pack here. Okay.
Oh,
these are ideas we have not discussed.
We know.
You've seen my arms.
I've seen the guns. I see them.
You've seen the guns. Okay. You've had a hint, but like I'm, holding it back.
Right.
I want to sell my art. But man, the formula is just kicking my butt. And honestly, I feel like it's so dramatic to say. I've never thought about quitting because it's not an option.
We don't do that.
We don't do that. I wouldn't know what else to do with my time. I could make all the money in the world freelancing.
What are you going to do? Finish up that biology degree?
I know. I dropped out of college for a reason, guys. But like, I can make all the money in the world freelancing, but at the end of the day, I don't want to freelance forever. The money's great, but what's really fulfilling to me is creating our own stuff. And I'm down to create our own stuff. And when I say like quitting or whatever, part of me is like, you know what, just screw the formula. I'm just going to make whatever the hell I want and just hope for the best. But I know that's not smart. And I think
you have to find a harmony between all of those thought processes. You can't go too far this direction. You can't go too far this direction.
Okay, let's back up though. Let's back up a little bit.
There's no harmony.
The first question, Christina, is what is making you feel this way? Why do you feel like you're not getting the results that you feel like you are trying to get?
Because I'm not getting views.
Is that the crux of the problem? Is that for real?
No, not really. It's more about community. I don't care. I mean, if I get stuck, I know this is not true, but the theory of if I get stuck at 1,000 views per video or even 30 views per video, as long as I have a strong community, like I'm here for it. I like the internet because of community. So it's not about how many followers I have. It's not about how many people like a photo or watch a video. It's about the community. And I haven't figured out a way to structure ourselves in a way that we are building community. And part of building community is reaching out and getting new community members.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, we've all seen like a Macy's. Nobody's in there. So I don't want our channel to become a Macy's or a strip mall. I want to keep inviting people into the community. I don't need to go viral by any means. Honestly, I probably don't even want to go viral because that's just way too hard to like.
Well, I think a lot of times when you go viral, it's the wrong audience anyway.
Yeah, I want to build community and I just cannot freaking figure out how to do it. We spoke with John right around the last time that we had a stream, or we were on a stream, and he told us some things and they were cool and they gave us energy, but it's like, I mean, I don't know.
Okay, community is a tricky thing. It's kind of weird because on YouTube, it's kind of hard to interact with even your own community per se. Because if you get like a certain amount of comments, if you start getting like comment after comment after comment, then it becomes impossible at some point. And I don't know if YouTube is set up in such a way where you can like maintain real-time communication with your audience, unless you're doing a live stream. And even in live streams, if you have a lot of people in a live stream and you're trying to keep up with the chat, it gets difficult real quick depending on how many people are in that chat. Mm-hmm. So I think this is gonna sound weird, but I think one of the best ways, or one of the ways to build a community on YouTube is to build it off of YouTube.
What?
I have found that Twitter,
MySpace.
Oh, gotcha.
No, not
I thought you were
MySpace.
I thought you were saying like the off the back of YouTube, but
no, off the platform.
Gotcha.
Off the platform. Yes, off the platform. So I know it sounds weird, but like I said, I found that Twitter has been amazing as far as networking with other creators and putting things together to happen on YouTube and things like that. So you might have to go off platform to build your community to bring it back on platform, if that makes sense.
I think Twitter is the place where you can build tremendous depth between you and other people in terms of relationships.
Yep.
And where you can't do that on YouTube, it's very surface level. I think these chat rooms are actually an interesting difference in that, where you're slowly building a deeper connection with the people that you're streaming to through talking to them and them talking back to you. And it's actually more like a conversation. But the comments are not quite so much that.
No.
But on Twitter, it's completely different, where you can tweet out a thought. Like, today I was having trouble updating to iOS 13. I tweeted that out thinking nobody would reply. There's a lot of tweets where I'm just like, nobody's going to care, but I'm going to tweet it anyway. But I got a bunch of replies. People were struggling to update to iOS 13. And then I had a little bit of conversation with them. And then finally I found a solution this evening and I tweeted that out, and it felt so good to bring that full circle. And hopefully I help somebody out, So I agree. I think that's very interesting. I don't know how you build new community on Twitter as well. I guess you just interact a lot, right?
Yeah, and like I mean, I don't know. I'm not an expert by any means, but whenever I put out a video on YouTube, I tweet it out on Twitter. Right. And sometimes that brings traffic in, and then that brings community as well. The other thing that you need to do on YouTube, and you have to do it on YouTube, is be present in other creator community, because
that's always been it. Yeah.
You got to
consistently. That's the thing.
Yeah, consistently. Yes.
You can do it once, and it's going to mean very, very little. Yeah. It's going to be
people have to see you over and over again so they know who you are. Yeah.
It's like if you have a giant farm, you live in Idaho. Oh dear God! Sorry, guys. I spilt water. This is a catastrophe.
We have problems. We got problems.
Code blue.
Oh Jesus! A lot of water.
I'll return and finish my farm analogy in a moment.
Lord.
We're chilling. It's fine. We got the SM7B elevated. We've got We've got the laptop elevated. The laptop did not get wet at all.
Houston, we got problems.
I don't know what is taking him so long to get. Why don't you just get a towel, James?
Oh,
all right.
yeah.
The hero's here.
All right, cool. Put it down. All right, good. But yeah, going back to my thought though, you got to be present. I mean, I before I ever became a creator, I was present in other creators' live stream, chat, comment sessions, things like that. I was present, and I was present repeatedly. And once people know who you are, and once they see you present over and over again, then it makes it easier for you to build your own community because they'll want to check you out. They'll want to find out what you're about, what you do, and then it just builds from there.
Right. Agreed.
And then you have to, and then the other thing is consistently putting out content too. So.
Yes, and that's another thing with the consistently putting out content. You gotta wipe off the carpet too.
Oh, sorry.
With consistently putting out content, I've been kind of stuck. Sorry that we're blurry. It'll focus in a second, I promise.
That was intense, man.
Freaking dongle.
Oh.
Unplug. Okay, we're gonna talk about.
I'm gonna need counseling after that.
We're gonna talk about community in a second, but I just want it not to be lost at all from the.
Your mic's not working.
Check.
James is working. Christina, your mic's not working.
Oh God.
I can hear you.
Be worse than we think it is.
I can hear you, but you're not coming through the SM7B.
Gotcha. Okay. No worries, guys. You just gotta lick.
So yeah, we're just gonna replug that back in. We're gonna turn that back up to 8.
Check.
All right.
1, 2, check.
How we doing?
Still not
Anything?
coming through. James is working fine. She's not working.
Oh my gosh, did I break our? I didn't think I spilt it on the actual mic. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, right.
So
What way?
So while James figures that out, I want it to not be lost. The response time that we had. I mean, granted, hopefully this mic is fine. If anything, it's the cable, not the mic. But the response of the water spilling and almost getting to the laptop, and I just lifted it up, and it was just like
while spewing expletives.
My apologies. Yeah. So hopefully, James's mic is good. Seems like it. Check 1, 2. Check.
Oh yeah. His mic is fine.
Banana.
Yeah,
Okay.
that mic is fine.
We're gonna plug my mic in.
I don't believe that broke the mic. I don't believe it.
I don't think it broke the mic. I think it.
Check.
Oh, there we go.
Check.
All right,
Anything, Vyp?
we're good.
Is that better?
Sweet.
Okay,
Yep,
great.
That worked. We're working. We're back. We're back.
Woo!
How is it?
Sorry, Viper. Sorry about all
having,
this. I know you want to have a good organized stream this evening, and we're just causing all this chaos.
You know,
and
that's the beauty of
debauchery.
Friday night, man. Anything happens on Friday night. Any and everything can happen on Friday night.
This is why we don't have friends.
Yo.
So what I spilt that water intentionally to demonstrate, to create a what's it called, a metaphor. What I was saying a minute ago was that if you interact with another person's community and you don't do it consistently, it's like if you're trying to make a pond and you just put a drop of water on the ground.
I hate you.
That's not a pond, that's a drop of water. You gotta keep putting drops of water in there over and over and over and over
Until you.
and then you
spill it
make
all
a
in the
pond, and that's the pond of community. And you have a bunch of little tadpoles swimming around. They turn into frogs. Viper, you got yourself a bunch of frogs in your chat room here. And I don't mean that to degrade any of your, they're lovely people. But yeah, that's what you got. If you, so I spilt the water to demonstrate that.
I cannot believe that just happened.
Sorry.
That's just the freaking man. Really, the worst thing that would have happened, and it would have been an opportunity for Christina to rant about Apple, is the dongle would have came out. That was like Christina's priority. Keep the dongle in. Keep all the cords together. I think we did it.
You're good. You're good.
So Viper, I'm sorry I did miss some of that because I was trying to save our electronics. You were saying that you would go into comment sections consistently, right?
Yeah, like I said, long before I ever became a creator myself, I was in people's comment sections constantly all the time, and in their communities and live streams and things like that. So when I became a creator and I reached out to these other creators, I wasn't a random person. They knew who I was already. So
Yeah.
So here's one thing. This is another discrepancy that I have. Discrepancy is a heavy word, but with vlogging, I think vlogging is, I'm sure it's a good format on YouTube in 2008, but vlogging is next to impossible. And I'm trying to figure out how to structure an authentic title, you almost freaking spilled that water again, James.
Sorry.
You're not going to be allowed in here anymore. Kicked out of the office. And I texted John about this. He was giving us some ideas on how we can title things. And something's just not clicking. So
okay, so the vlogging thing is a little bit more difficult because, and I mean it with all due respect, vlogging is really, really difficult, especially in 2019, because nobody knows who you are. So they don't care if you're blogging.
Yeah.
So before you can actually
it's particularly difficult.
Yes, before you can actually start vlogging consistently and doing things like that, you gotta get yourself, you gotta build your brand. Like people have to know what value you bring before they care about what you're blogging about. So that's the difficult thing about blogging. I mean, you just can't start off blogging because that's not gonna work. YouTube is way too algorithm driven for that. You have to become, like they keep saying, you have to become known for something, right? So before you can start vlogging and doing whatever, you got to become known for something so people can come back to your content over and over again. And then when you get to a certain point, maybe you can start expanding and experimenting with vlogging and see how that plays out. Right.
I 100% agree. So one of the things that, so we've been deconstructing a lot of people's channels and stuff. Some of them are bigger channels, which it's a different ball game when you have 1 million subscribers.
Yep.
Very clearly. You can vlog. You're allowed to because
if you're Casey Neistat, you can name a video foot and it's going to get
I'm not talking
500,000.
about I'm talking about like Sailing the Vagabond.
Yeah.
So you can be big enough and you're going to have a core enough audience to tell the algorithm to move out, right?
Yeah.
So deconstructing other people's channels, it at some point doesn't work because it's just not the same. Because nobody knows.
You can't compare your channel to their channel, right?
Yeah. So thinking about, okay, well, what are we known for? That's a very hard question to answer for yourself. It takes a lot of self-awareness. And honestly, it's just like, I don't know, like we make videos together and whenever, so we've asked a lot of our friends. We've asked a lot of like super external people that like aren't even in the tech community. They're not in the creative realm. Like, when you guys think of us, what do you think of? And they think creative couple. What's interesting is the fact that you guys are doing it together. They'll compare us to channels like Mango Street and all that stuff, which I kind of look past all of that and kind of get to the meat of it, which is.
But you can't do too quickly though, because there's value there.
There's value there, but I'm not trying to be Mango Street. I don't want to make tutorials.
No, I'm not saying you do, but
yeah,
something. There might be a little nugget in there.
Yeah. So trying to think, okay, what are we known for and how can we make that a theme? So we've been trying to make like freelancing a theme and, maybe put more specific keywords in our titles, but that just doesn't I think honestly, we have to flip the script and
I don't know if freelancing is, first of all, I don't know if that's going to be all that interesting, to be honest with you. And secondly, I don't know if you want to do freelancing videos. I don't think you want to do that. So
right.
I would say, I think you hit it right the first time. You guys are known as creative. You got James doing photography. Christina does editing, things like that. So I think if you want to start somewhere, you got to start there. Your creative process, like you have a whole podcast on what is it called?
That creative with Sarah D?
No, not that
Creating
one.
things together.
Yes, that's the one.
Yeah.
So maybe you should gear your YouTube channel around your creative process and how you go about making the decision that you make when you're creating what you're creating.
I agree. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, I know you don't want to do tutorials, and it doesn't have to be like a tutorial per se, but just showing people your creative process and how you go about doing what you do.
That we definitely lean towards that in our hearts because that's what we're always talking about that anyway. We want to make videos about that. Our videos are about that anyway, naturally.
Our
so
videos are so meta.
yeah, I know.
We make a video about making a video so we can have a video about making a video.
Let's go out and
it just
adventure
seems-
so that we can make a video about adventuring. But if we didn't have the cameras, we wouldn't really go out.
Oh, we
We're
would.
going out just so that we can make a video about going out. That's really
It's an
but-
exaggerated version. But
creative process that we found is we can't quite figure out how to title around that.
it's an ambiguous thing. It's the creative process.
Yeah, it's so when we
All
were
right,
talking
so-
with
Hold on.
oh go ahead.
We gotta let Viper like have some insight.
Oh, of course.
We can't
It's
just
his
vomit
stream.
all of our feelings. We have to let him speak truth into our life.
Mhm.
Oh Lord,
So we
I
can
don't
learn
know.
something.
Like I'm still a beginner in all this, so I'm not no expert. But what I would tell you is that instead of trying to encompass everything, when you're thinking about a title it a specific thing that you're concentrating on for that video.
Yeah.
Like if you're trying to like get a perfect shot, the title should be about the shot that you're trying to get, or the title should be how am I going about getting this particular shot? So
Mhm.
your title needs to be, I would say, title it around what you're trying to do in that specific video or that specific instance. So
Mm.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. I think that's a fantastic place to begin the thought process. And whenever we're having creative meetings about our titles and our videos and all of that, we try to start from a strong beginning point and go down that rabbit hole as much as possible. It can be very difficult.
Mhm.
But one of the things when we were talking, we were speaking with John the other day, was
Every month.
the other month was we came to this place where we were saying that we have to find a very specific thing to title around that YouTube will serve up to people. And there's a channel that I watch where it's all about tiny homes, and we realized we have to find our tiny home because their videos, every single one of their videos have tiny home in the title, and the whole
Very
channel is
specific.
so cohesive. Every single video is the exact same format, exact same feeling. They're beautifully done, but tiny home, tiny home, tiny home, tiny home, tiny home. So throughout the conversation, we were saying we have to find our tiny home. The hard thing with vlogging is it's hard to find a tiny home a lot of times
Mhm.
because it's kind of like what you're doing is kind of what you're doing that day. It's not so topical.
Yeah,
If you're
right.
front page tech, if you're
Why
we just
is
triggered
Siri listening?
if you're front page tech, it's easier. I'm not going to say it's easy because I don't want to upset anybody. I'm sure that they work really hard for their titles.
I'm sure
It's
Brian works
easier
really hard.
because it's easier to turn that into a titling formula. Like if you look at all of their most recent videos, I think
And
I
thumbnails.
think so. They're all about phones.
Yeah.
Just consistently phones.
For the past 2 years, yeah.
And so for us, it's kind of harder to do that. So we have to figure out a creative way to make that work and find our tiny home.
All right. So you have one or two choices that come to my mind immediately.
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 Choice number one is structure your vlog in such a way that you are trying to accomplish a particular thing for that vlog. That way you could title your video that way. Or number two, you could just vlog like you normally would, and just when you're editing and going through the vlog, when you're editing and going through the process of putting that vlog together, figure out a common denominator or what's happening in that vlog, and then title it that way.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. I think where we have to maybe find the answer is in like a harmony between those two.
Mhm.
Because if you just do your day, you don't you'll come back and be like, okay, we made soup today and we climbed a hill. So it's like, what do I do with that? So you kind of have to get up and say, okay, we're going to do this specific thing today so that we can help title our video. One of the things that we did, I think we're realizing is that we only have to talk about something, the thing that's going to be in the title. We only have to talk about or do that thing for a portion of the video and put it in the right area of the video to be able to title it that way. And then the rest can be other stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know?
So I recently posted a video. I unlisted it If you want to watch it, you can still find it on my Twitter because it is unlisted. But it was just you know what? Screw YouTube, screw everything. I'm gonna make soup and tell you guys about my week. That didn't do very good, so I unlisted it. And that's honestly not the kind of content that like I want somebody's. It's gonna be somebody's first time at some point, and I don't want that to be like seen.
Right.
But I don't know. It's figuring out the title. It's just the title thumbnail structure. I am in such a daze
but
about
it was saying to me that your thumbnail would be pretty simple or pretty easy. I think titling is probably gonna be your more difficult tab, but it seems like if you guys are doing a more of a vlogging format, then the thumbnail should be pretty simple.
What would you describe the thumbnail with, like an ideal thumbnail? Like, do you think the thumbnails that we have are interesting? Because thumbnails is.
Let me put the channel here.
I think those glasses should be involved in our thumbnails.
Hey, just put Viper in the thumbnail.
It's just Viper every single video. Okay, Viper, can we get you to just take like 30 different photos so we'll have a thumbnail for every month?
Sure.
Are there 30 months, James?
We won't even mention you in the video. We'll just have you as the thumbnail.
I've never seen a year with 30.
I'll use the one where I put you on a snake. Remember that photo?
Okay.
Photoshop his head on a snake. It was a big deal.
All right. So you guys got text in your thumbnail, and I guess that's good, but I would say you don't even need text for the type of videos that you're doing. You could just put a basic photograph as a thumbnail and let it run.
What do you think about that rectangle, that white rectangle?
Honestly, I'm not into it, but that's just me.
Gotcha.
I'm one person. I'm one person. Don't take this seriously. I'm not into the whole border thing.
No, that's beautiful.
So I want to know how many creators are in the chat right now. One of the things with the thumbnails, I'm just down for like a really pretty picture and just like art.
Okay, here we go. So you got a video titled "One of the Greatest Photos I've Ever Taken." Now that thumbnail looked legit. That made me want to click. And there's no border. It's a picture of somebody in the air. I'm like, bam! I need to see that.
Oh yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
Sweet.
That's cool.
See, that one was one that didn't do really well.
But I'm looking through the thumbnails and I'm just like, okay, that's something that appeals to me. But like I said, this is just me we're talking to. I mean, I'm no Roberto Blake. I'm no expert, but I am a viewer. I'm a subscriber of your channel. So when I'm looking through these thumbnails, that's the one that jumped out to me. So take that for what you will. So I don't know.
No, I appreciate that. So part of me doesn't like to do all sorts of work to thumbnails, but I'm trying to find a nice harmony with that, because I don't want it to be like, I want there to be some level of a photo in there as opposed to it just being straight up Photoshop. So with the rectangle, that was just an idea. And then putting some level of nice white text with it. I think those two complement each other. But I think once you get the title, the thumbnail follows really well.
And there's another thumbnail on here that jumped out at me immediately. It's called "How Taking Risks Changed Everything for Us," and you're on a boat. I like that one. That looked good. That jumped out at me.
Yeah,
this is great.
And like I said, these thumbnails, they're just pictures. They're not Photoshop. They're just regular photographs. And I don't know. Like, that's just me. I like certain things. And
So with titles, sorry, James. So with titles, something that John kind of made us think about is like, who cares? Just the simple who cares. He says it all the time. And we've been asking ourselves that, and I can see like in previous
why does anybody care about this video? Yeah.
So I can see in previous titles that it's like, okay, who cares? Who new people from like YouTube search or whatever? Why would they care?
Right.
If you title it just for the people that are watching, great, but you just keep that same people in the Sears or the Macy's. You don't get new people.
Yeah, I remember because he told me something similar last year. I titled a video "Nacho Mania," and he was like, "That's good for." He said, "That's good for Viper subscriber, but for new people, what does that mean?" I'm like, "You make a good point."
Yeah.
So. And also for people outside of our audience, if we title something like "This was a big day for us," nobody outside of our subscriber base who doesn't know who we are, that means nothing to them. Who's us? Why do they care about we? Right. So you have to give them something topical.
But
correct.
for subscribers, what I'm learning is if you do something topical, subscribers don't care because it has nothing to do with us.
Ooh.
Does that see the kind of
So
conundrum?
you gotta have both. I think.
So actually, Christina, this is going to be interesting because
I have to. But.
a close mutual friend of ours had the idea about this. Her name happens to be Sarah Dici, and she said, "Make one for you, make one for them. That's what you should do.
Yeah.
Make one for you, make one for the algorithm or whatever."
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a very interesting approach. I don't think it's the only approach, but I think it's
Yeah. I mean, it keeps you sane though, because then if you're
Wow.
constantly trying to chase the algorithm, then you burn out.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So
And
you don't
that's
want to be
what
chasing
this,
the
like,
algorithm.
These, like past 2 months have been. It's just like,
Yeah,
dude,
you don't want to chase the algorithm.
Screw everything John has said.
No. John is very smart. Don't screw everything John said, but don't chase the algorithm.
John's a freaking genius.
Yeah,
John is so smart.
He's a child prodigy.
Yeah, John's very, very smart. And just intuitive about things that a lot of people, including myself, aren't intuitive about.
Yeah, he's brilliant. Yeah,
I was curious for you, Viper, for your other channel. I don't know which channel you would consider your main channel, but your other channel. How do you tend to title things?
Oh man! So basically, my main channel is more it's tech focused. So basically, it's easy, and it's not easy for me to title things because since my channel is so small, if I try to title things like if I'm doing a video on the Galaxy Note 10 and I title it Galaxy Note 10 blah blah blah, it's not gonna get that many views because there's so much competition. So I got to be like, the Galaxy Note 10 changed the world, or this is the Galaxy Note 10 feature we need to see, or something like that, something dramatic like that get people to want to click. So that's what I have to do on my channel. But
Gotcha.
Yeah, gotcha. Cool. Now, what about for the live streams? Is there any sort of strategy around that, the way that you title things?
No, I don't like this channel. I have not. This is not. I'm not. I can't talk. I have not attacked the channel with the mindset of growing it. It's just an extension of the main channel. It's just basically to do live streams because obviously I can't do them on my main channel because of the way YouTube treats them. But yeah, I haven't really tried to intentionally grow the channel like that because it's just an extension, which I need to probably. But yeah, I normally don't take that type of care with this channel.
I gotta give you some love, man, because you're prolific on this channel. Like you're always streaming. What you were saying the other day? No,
I
what?
was wrong.
Huh?
I was wrong.
You were wrong. What was it about streaming? About getting his box in the mail?
I wasn't wrong about that. Yeah.
Yeah, you got a box in the mail, and you were waiting.
That was today.
Today.
You make it seem like it was a month ago.
You were.
There was one point in time.
Couple of moons ago. Yeah, you like waited for your box to arrive or something like that. You were streaming it anyway. I think it's fantastic how much you're streaming, how consistently you are, and I feel like you're like what you were talking about a second ago. You're cultivating community, and it's sort of like you're throwing seeds out over and over, and you're across this vast farmland. And you're slowly growing something that I think will really pay off someday. But let's put it this way: you're putting in the work. You're not just on Twitter ranting about something that you're upset about that YouTube did. You're putting in the work, and that's fantastic.
I wouldn't be that person just complaining on Twitter, but
it's easier, but it's not that useful.
Yeah, but complaining is not getting me to where I want to go, and I got things I want to like to accomplish in the tech game, so I got to put in the work. I'm not a Marquez. I don't have the notoriety of a Marquez or Unbox Therapy and nobody like that. So I got to keep grinding. I got to keep putting in the work, and that's what I'm trying to do.
And you have a unique personality and a unique energy about you, and lean into that because I love it.
Oh, absolutely, man. As much as people who tell me they don't like it, I don't care.
Dude,
that's awesome.
There's so many people that I come across that are exactly the same in the way that they present themselves, but personality has always and will, maybe it'll minimize a little bit over time, but I doubt it, has always and will always be the thing that people end up staying around for.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I feel like I'm resisting it. Remember that internal battle of like the complaining person versus just like shut up and just do work. There was some there's so many.
There's a
just,
place for constructive criticism, by the way. I don't want to
Oh,
say
yeah.
that that's not useful. Like people who are like
it's yeah, I get it.
they
but-
tweeted at YouTube, got the CEO to change stuff. That's fantastic. It's
Yeah.
useful.
But there's also a point where it's just frustration and complaining. So I've been quiet because I'm just trying to hold my tongue and figure out the formula that works for us, as opposed to complaining. Because complaining sounds a lot like we deserve it. I don't think we deserve it. I don't think we deserve it because we haven't figured out a way to structure our titles or thumbnails in a way that is compelling enough for people to watch.
The market
Okay.
will tell us if we deserve it.
Quick thing. I need one of you to put a comment in the chat real quick.
Okay.
Comment.
I need to switch it off with it then.
Banana. I just commented banana. So I need the people in the chat to comment another fruit.
The greatest fruit on earth.
All right, so let me go over here and do what I want to do here. There you are. So now I can go and add you as a moderator.
All
Boom.
right.
Oh, we're
Oh,
moderators? Oh my gosh. Oh, we're gonna
Now.
cause so much destruction.
We're finally real friends. Ma ha 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 ha.
So
Don't piss us
No,
off. We will
So basically,
block
what I can do now is now that you guys can paste your channel link in the chat, so people can check you guys out.
Okay.
Oh, sweet.
Well, that's very friendly of you, Viper.
Of
Well,
course.
thank you very much.
I knew that there were kind eyes behind those glasses.
Yeah.
I had my moment. But the Christina, to your point about complaining and things like that, I don't. Maybe it's just me, but I don't have time to complain because I enjoy what I do so much that I'm busy working.
Mm-hmm.
So
Very positive way to look at it.
I mean,
I'm sorry. I just posted 3 links because whenever I post links, I do it as if it was our channel. So my apologies.
And now you're not a moderator anymore.
actually-
I don't see any link though. So what's going on here?
Oh, I don't know.
Uh-oh.
Oh, geez.
Did it remove them?
You posted here's the link, fam, and then there's nothing.
Oh, well.
Go back over
All right,
to
everybody.
See what it
Let's do
says.
this. Okay.
The case of the
anyway.
missing link.
Ooh.
Sounds like a Sherlock Holmes mystery.
That sounds like a legit. Oh, because we never updated. Silly goose.
So
Oh,
Janosis
yeah.
wants to know if you guys couple with is it based as a couple channel?
That's an amazing question. James?
Is it a couple's channel?
Is it based as a couple channel? Yes.
So I wouldn't say that. That's kind of a weird spot because that makes me feel like vloggy, and it's more of a creative,
Yeah,
a creative
yeah.
partnership kind of channel.
Yeah,
So
yeah. I
is
was
it a
I'm
couple
about to use
channel?
that same word. I was gonna say partnership. I don't think it's a couple thing. No.
Right.
Because like I said earlier, James does all the photography stuff, and Christina does all the filming, editing stuff, more or less.
Yeah.
Or James does the filming, I should say, and she does the editing and things like that. So yeah.
Yeah, I primarily do the editing. James, I do shoot a good bit as well. So it's really like a 50-50 partnership as opposed to like, what's
Yep.
up, squad? This is our breakfast.
Well, we have a podcast called Creating Things Together, and the basis around that is our journey as a creative couple who has this unique, glorious opportunity to work together to create things, where I think a lot of people don't have that because either they're not married, they don't have a girlfriend that's creative, or even like Sarah Dietschy, John Hill, they are incredibly creative YouTube folks. They create things, but it's very separate ventures. Like you get the feeling that they just kind of come hang out with each other at the end of the day and talk about everything they've done in the day, which is fantastic. But we're very tightly integrated in a lot of the things that we do. And I think we have a unique perspective from that. I think that seems to be something that people think is really interesting about us. And our dynamic together, our personalities and how they interact with each other seems to be meaningful, I guess, inspirational to people. And from that perspective, yes, we are a couples channel, but we're not a couples channel in the same way that I guess a lot of couples channels are couples channels.
He's asking if you both are on screen frequently. I would say not really. A lot of times it's either Christina or it's James. It's not too much both of them.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, like both of us at the same time?
Yeah. Yeah,
We're
they don't-
trying. Yeah.
Right. So like what the heck is going? Can you see us well?
Yeah, I can see you.
Okay. Well, I don't know what's going on.
But yeah, they're not on screen together a lot.
Right. It's one of us holding the camera for the other person, with the other
Yep.
person being kind of commentary in the background.
Mhm.
Correct.
But I think we're trying to lean into interacting more on camera in a more authentic way. One of the struggles we actually have is interacting with each other in the way that a lot of
At all.
couples who vlog can interact with each other, because there's a lot of I think of I wouldn't call them vloggers, but Jenna Marbles and Julian Solomita, they have this wonderful energy between each other, and they're just hilarious when you watch them. I mean, you could just sit and watch them interact, and it's wonderful and hilarious. I think with us, sometimes we'll get a little bit too perfectionistic, and we can't let that off
I mean, but okay. So my
together
question,
in a way that feels that way.
do
Go
you
ahead.
guys want to do that, or do you guys want to be on screen more? Because I feel like the way that you guys have it going now is working pretty well.
I think
I think
I have no issue with being on screen more, as long as it feels like an authentic expression of us. We've never been a very compassionate, like lovey-dovey
the
sort
whole-
of relationship in the way that we express ourselves to one another. So we won't do that so much, but us having conversations on camera about creativity, or on our podcast about creativity together, is something that we.
What in the world are you all doing over there?
Okay, sorry. It was
You
glitching out.
you all kick yourselves out of the stream.
I kicked myself out because it was glitching.
Oh wait,
Okay.
was something
Everything's
I said
fine.
missed?
So go ahead.
Should I say something again?
We're not lovey-dovey.
We're going
We
to
don't-
interact in the way that's authentic. We don't want to suppress that interaction, because I think that's meaningful. I think that's useful for us to like talk on camera about things that we're working on or dealing with, what have you. But at the same time, naturally, I just pick up the camera and film her, and she talks, and then she picks up the camera and films me, and I talk. So if that's what's authentic, then that's what we're going to do. I hope that answers the question.
Yeah. I think that's a good summation of what you are trying to do. But yeah, you definitely shouldn't try to be on screen together more just for the sake of being on screen together more. That like you said, doesn't come off as authentic, and the viewer will notice it.
So what do you think about the name of the channel, The Reds? Because Viper, you kind of run into this issue.
Oh boy, yeah,
The Man About Tech.
yeah.
What the heck is Viper with 7 Ys versus The Man About Tech? It's very spoon feedy. I know what the channel is about. So what do you think about the name of the channel, The Reds?
Oh boy.
And also people in the chat who watch our videos, we love you. Thank you. Your thoughts on this as well. I would love to know.
That's actually okay. This is actually an interesting topic, because your channel name suggests, as Janosis was asking earlier, that it is a couple channel. But when you watch the channel, it becomes quickly evident that it's not a couple channel per se. It's more of you two working in concert to get whatever you're trying to get across, but it's not like a couplely channel. So I would
Working in concert. You're such a poet. Well done.
I do what I can. But I mean, I hate suggesting this, but maybe I would suggest maybe changing the name of the channel, because it does kind of give off the wrong vibe of what you're trying to do with the channel.
Maybe we should be Banana Avenue.
Banana Avenue, oh Lord.
That's one of your worst ideas. Thank you, James.
Do you get it?
So
Do you get it? Somebody's got to get it.
I don't get it.
Please.
Is that sexual?
I believe in Genosis. He'll figure it out. He's
that-
a smart man.
Is that supposed to be inappropriate or what?
No.
Banana Avenue?
No.
Oh Lord, y'all.
B-
crazy.
I am speaking
Like-
to a tech audience, so it might be it might be not.
Can you whisper it? I don't get it.
Well, there's a channel called Mango Street,
Oh, you're so stupid.
Banana Avenue, right?
I get it. Yeah, that's funny. Good job, James. Viper doesn't think it's funny.
I don't know. The other thing is that I mean, I would maybe think about changing the name, but honestly, I don't know what you would change it to.
Exactly. I know. So creating things together is a podcast, but I feel like that's a weird name for a channel.
Not really. Actually, that would be an excellent name for the channel, because that's typically what you're
Because we
doing.
have creating things together, and then we have the creating things together podcast.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
might be interesting.
That might be a good way to go, because that's an excellent summation of what the channel is about. You guys are creating things together, and it doesn't give off the whole coupley vibe like the Reds gives off.
Gotcha. Because I do feel like the Reds gives off a coupley vibe. And it's not like I don't want to be associated. I've said this I've said this to other people before and they go like, what's wrong with being associated with a vlog? But I don't want to be associated as a vlogger. That's not what I'm here for. That puts me at, this is going to be really offensive.
Uh-oh. Do it. Do it.
Here we go.
I'm going to disclaimer. I'm sorry if I offend anyone, but get over yourselves. That's kind of a non-apology. Ooh. That puts me at a very low intellectual creative level.
Oh, wow.
Is that offensive?
Well, you got to know. You just got to break that down because it could be.
Damn.
I don't consider Casey Neistat a vlogger. I consider him a filmmaker.
Okay.
I consider vlogger like family vloggers, for example. And I've had friends who are family vloggers say this. There's no creativity behind what they do. I'm not saying this for everyone, but for a lot of them, it's just you pick up the camera, your kids are cute, and you're good to go. And that is totally fine. You don't need to be a massive creative that tells a story when you're sharing your family vlog because your story is your family. But I don't want to be put on the level of, and this is like me higher than thou, but I'm a better editor than a lot of vloggers. And like, it's very nuanced. I'm not backpedaling. You're looking at me like I'm backpedaling.
No,
I'm not
backpedaling. I'm just letting you explain your position.
I think there are a lot of vloggers that are too talented to be considered vloggers. You can start off as a vlogger and then graduate. It's like video blog is everything that we're doing. Tech news channel. Well, like for example, Viper's channel is a video blog about tech, but I don't consider him
like more of a traditional vlog if you think about it, because that's what they used to do. They used to set up a camera and just talk to it.
But I don't consider him a vlogger, right? Because there's more creativity behind it.
Sure,
vlogging.
I mean, I wouldn't say there's more creativity, but No, that's not what I mean. I'm saying that
deflecting.
Now I have to explain my entire point. So I think that vloggers they'll say that they're not creative. I think they are creative. I think all the different types of creators on YouTube, they're all creative. I don't know how to gauge
Ryan's toy
who's
reviews.
more creative than one or the other, but they're all creative. If you're a vlogger and you're trying to figure out how to film your family and make that interesting, that takes creativity. That takes talent. But there's it's a different type of story that you're trying to tell. Your emphasis is not on how good your editing or your shooting is. Your emphasis is on the story that you're telling of your family. That's creativity. But that's not I think what you're trying to say, maybe I may be wrong, is that you want to emphasize the creativity of your shooting and editing and not so much the creativity of you documenting us and our dog in like a very all kind of way.
Yeah, I think so.
So,
did she out them in the right chat window? What?
Yeah, I don't know what they're talking about.
Oh, I don't know who I outed, but
so I think that Viper, you're fantastically creative in different ways than we're trying to be fantastically creative, and then I'm creative in different ways than John Prosser is, and then she's creative in different ways than Sarah Dici is, and we're all creative. It's all music.
Yeah, we're all types. We are all creative in our own unique way, definitely.
Yeah, but I don't want to be categorized as a blogger.
Yeah, right. You don't want to fall into that niche.
TBH.
But you came up with a brilliant idea when you said that you would consider changing the channel name to Create Things Together, the same as your podcast. That's brilliant. That's brilliant. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I'll put that in.
Maybe that's our thing.
Ooh, that might be in our next planning meeting.
The Reds Creative.
The Reds Creative.
That's actually the name of our LLC.
That's the name of our business when we work with companies.
Which that might be a good channel name too.
I was thinking the Reds Creative Sweatshop, but that's.
I mean, okay, here we go again. I wouldn't do that because again, you're coming off with coupley and you're not really coupley.
Wait, so you don't think the Reds Creative would be?
Mm-mm.
I think Viper doesn't want us to be married anymore.
Dang it, I have to change this.
He's obviously really against us like having any romantic involvement at all.
I'm just saying. I think if that's what you want to put out there, then by all means, don't listen to me. But
I think I think
Viper gets royalties.
I think Creating Things Together would be a good name, but maybe I just have to like get my head wrapped. And we have the branding for it, honestly. We
Yeah.
just literally copy the branding from our podcast,
Literally,
and
yep.
then
I
the
like that
channel name
consistency.
for Creating Things Together is Creating Things Together podcast, and they just go hand in hand.
Yeah.
Because when he mentioned Creating Things Together, he's not the first person that when I say like, what do you think of when you think of us? They think of the podcast, honestly, because, and this is what Bryce said, because the podcast is the best, like the best
most
branded,
well-rounded.
the most well-rounded, put together explanation of whatever the heck we do.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I think that was when we started the podcast. It didn't take us long. It didn't take me long to figure out that, like, oh, this is we're onto something. Like, we're doing something right here. This feels cohesive. It feels like we have a narrative.
Mhm.
Whereas sometimes we struggle. I think one of the things we struggle with is like, what the heck is
See, and here's the other thing that
narrative?
you guys haven't
I
talked
run
about
out of
yet.
things to talk about.
So here's the other thing that we haven't really talked about yet. The algorithm plays a heavy role in everything that you do on YouTube. So naming your channel The Red give the algorithm nothing. And I think that was part of my
Right.
problem with naming my channel Viper. It gave the algorithm nothing. And the algorithm's like, what am I doing with this? So that's
What is
why
the red?
that's why
What kind of,
what's that?
yeah. I was saying, like, as the algorithm, what is the reds? What is,
You know, the algorithm
is
has
that a
no
color?
idea. So that's why I added the band about tech to the channel name, and I've seen it actually have an impact. I'm still monitoring.
That's cool.
it, but yeah, it does. It seems to have an impact. So naming your channel to what you're trying to relay across on the platform actually helps the algorithm from my early return. So that's just my advice. Like I said, I'm not an expert, but hey,
Mhm.
I'm
Genosis said-
I'm just a messenger.
You're just the messenger. I wonder if I can make the chats come up like Viper does. Am I allowed to?
I don't think StreamYard does not give you the option to present. Actually, no, I take that back. Yeah, the chat, you can see the chat from where you are.
Well, no. Put up Genosis's most recent comment.
Okay, let's see.
Genosis
So he
says,
says, I don't want to be offensive if they comment but James and Christina, you two are on stream theme, not lovey-dovey coupley, but the way you two look at each other in communication, that to me is a solid. Okay.
relationship.
Is this oh,
He
it's a
finished it up.
solid relationship, right?
Okay.
And that is a very good,
That is
very
not offensive. In any-
fantastic way to say it.
It's also not offensive.
I
It's a
think
compliment.
I don't think that's offensive at all. I think that's wonderful. I think the way that our culture portrays romantic relationships is insane. It's like, it's not the way that a long-term relationship works at all. Me and Christina are best friends who are like ultra best friends. That's basically what we are.
We're
we
so
have
best friends.
a
that
we have and we've decided we're going to have a legal binding, and let's say a binding by our faith that we are ultra best friends, and we're going to be romantically involved, and as well as
Kinky.
all the other stuff. Very. That's another stream entirely. But
creating
Getting
things
rowdy out here.
together.
It's getting rowdy out here, baby. Yeah.
Creating
But on a
babies together.
Friday night, baby.
Babies.
Let's go. Friday
Creating-
night.
creating children together podcast.
Friday night Vyp after dark, baby. Let's go.
But listen, that whole creating babies together part is like 1% of the relationship.
That's another channel.
The rest of it is us doing life together. It's us trying to go through this journey of life as companions, and that is different things for different people. A lot of people love to kiss a lot. A lot of times when I see somebody making out in public or something
So
like that,
gross.
I go, there's two things in my head. They're not going to last very long, or they are very new in their relationship, and they're going to move past. The third one is perhaps they're just both like really like physically that they like to, love each other that way. And that's fantastic.
We're judgmental people.
But that's I think that's a lot less couples. And I think the primary part of being a good married couple is your ability to be a team on a daily basis and communicate and work together and that sort of thing. So I'm trying to model a healthy marriage in my videos. Trying.
by teaching you how to edit videos.
But
No, I think this was very productive with the creating things together. I think this is a good direction. So
But okay,
Let's not
James. So
stop.
I'm confused though. You're
Okay.
saying you're trying to model your marriage in your video, but that's not what I see when I watch your videos though.
no.
I'm not saying that that's the
It's like-
the primary driving force in our videos. I'm saying that if there's another, let's say there's a 16-year-old me out there, right? And he's watching our videos and he sees the way that we interact as a creative couple, and he goes, man, I'd love to have that someday. I'm modeling marriage for him in that way.
Mhm.
It's
Okay.
not that I'm saying this
Yeah.
channel is about marriage, creating marriage together. It's that naturally that just kind of expresses.
I'll use religion as an example because we love talking about religion on Friday Night Vyp.
Oh,
boy.
yeah.
Oh God.
So the Christians that I can't stand are the Christians that are like, hi, I'm a Christian and I'm better than you, and I'm going to explain why everything you're doing is a sin. Versus the Christians that
That's
I
never
can,
good.
yeah, it's not a good method.
No.
Versus the Christians that I can stand, which are the Christians that go, I'm just going to live my life and be a good person. And, if somebody wants to ask me why I'm such an amazing person, then I'll explain it to them. That's kind of how we're
If the opportunity arises, we'll talk
Right.
about it.
So that's kind
That's
of
love.
how I think James is meaning to say that he's like demonstrating how a marriage should be. The
Yeah.
last thing I want to be is a relationship channel because honestly, stop talking.
Sorry.
The last thing I want to be is a relationship channel because I would like this to last. And talking about
Oh, that's another thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like vloggers and relationships. I want to see the statistics around that because I feel like they have all experienced some sort of crazy catastrophe in their relationship because they decided to vlog every day.
That is very interesting. Yeah, that is some crazy stuff. Definitely.
that's one of the reasons that because we used to just be vloggers. Like, guys, guess what? I'm making pasta.
Yeah.
Whatever vloggers do.
I mean, and like
We
I said,
have a
there's
video called "Peeing in the Bed."
Oh, Lord.
Yeah. And it
It got a lot of views.
It was just a clickbait video where James spilt water in the bed. He does that. And that was the thumbnail. And it got like 26,000 views. And I honestly, I had to remove it because
I think it was the wrong audience.
It was the wrong audience.
Yeah.
YouTube is a weird place.
Yeah, that's another thing. You got to be careful about that because, like, they will push your video to the weirdos. And yeah.
And the last thing. So, the thing about Sarah with Google that we were talking about yesterday.
Sarah,
Okay. So,
go.
I've already said
sure.
it. So,
Spill the tea.
You know how we're always talking about how do you feel being a woman in the tech community and that whole
Right.
conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Today I told James, if Viper asked me that, like, why do you think there aren't as many women in tech? My response is going to be because men are superior.
What?
It's a joke. That's just a disclaimer. But there's this weird part of the internet where if you're a woman, honestly, you're in a weird position because there's just a lot of men out there. And there's like, you can search, for example, Sarah, amazing, talented, freaking human being who's honestly so much, like, she's just so much in her head that she's just so smart.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Sarah.
Unique creations come from her mind.
Yeah. If you search Sarah, like Sarah Dietschy on like Google Images, the second, like, the suggestion is body, which is such a problem. That is so like freaking messed up because of the way the internet is. You have to do it on like desktop, I think. It will come up with like a suggested search or Sarah Dietschy, and then the suggested search is face. And that's just so weird. So when it comes to like protecting yourself online, I don't have very much experience with this, thankfully, because we haven't had to get to that point yet. But I do think, especially one day we're going to have kids, I don't plan on putting our kids like in the spotlight. Well, I'm not going to put my kids in the spotlight, but they might just be an element in what we create. Like, hey, we have kids and they come with us to places. There's such an element of like safety and just weirdoism that if the algorithm sends like a video of yours called peeing the bed that you just innocently named because it looked like you peed the bed, if the algorithm sends that out, that's just so like weird.
And it also
Internet's
speaks
weird
to the way that the internet wants to package you and serve you to the world. And it's going to naturally package me away and Viper away. And, every same thing happens for actors in movies and this sort of thing, right? If you're an actor, you start to get packaged for a specific role, but the actor is so much more than that. The particularly weird thing, the sad thing is that with somebody like Sarah, who is, a tech YouTuber that's an attractive female, you're going to see, like, if you go to image search, the first two suggested image
It's going to be
searches
related
are
to
going to
how
be
she looks.
beach and body. And it's, I think that's really not good.
Yeah. So we went on that tangent because peeing the bed. So kids, you're out there, title your videos wisely, not just for the views.
Yeah, that is weird. Like you said, the first thing that come up is beach and body, which is kind of odd.
The beach one is because she went on, I think she went to not Cuba, Greece or something like that. She filmed a really cool video.
One video
a
long time ago.
Yeah, I think she.
Hi, Doug.
Get
some water.
And then I don't know what the body thing is about. That one's weird, but
that is weird. Okay, that's very interesting. Very weird.
Protect yourself. That's something that men don't have to deal with. That, like, I'm not on this whole women train of, like, I get it. There's not a lot of women in tech, and there's reasons for it that are systemic, maybe, but it's also just what's it called? Like pure nature. That there aren't as many women that are interested in technology just by how our brains work. Right. And I think that's fine. But I think it's also very important, obviously. I'm not trying to get on this tangent. It's also important for there to be representation.
Oh, Tim R has a cool suggestion in the chat for a channel name, Creating Together.
I saw that. Very noted. Very noted.
Duly noted.
Interesting. No
Duly
doubt.
noted. Tri-only noted.
So, Christina, hopefully this powwow helped you out in your creative.
My gosh. Yeah, I think so.
Awesome.
I think it was helpful. I think, honestly, the channel name might be a good step. Now we're thinking about, we have to think about, okay, do we unlist the 3 years worth of videos, which we've seen people do it and it has worked. How do we brand it? Do we make a video announcing a new channel name? Like all of those little micro details. I think at least we have something to start on whenever it comes to a conversation.
Definitely. And like I said, I am no YouTube guru, so don't take my word in bond. I'm just throwing out suggestions and hey.
I'll have to consult some of our friends. Send Roberto a text and like, hey, what do you think about this?
But yeah, when I was vigorously against changing the channel name, even Roberto was like, yeah, maybe you should consider it. So
there's a point where it's like, and this is something like how I feel like a lot of how we function is you just want to hold on to the principle of it. That's how we are with titles and thumbnails, but there's got to be some give.
Viper.
What's up?
May I ask you a tech related question?
Of course.
Okay. So there's been a lot of hoopla going around about Apple being a better company without Steve Jobs in this day and age. Right? Now, you've spoken about this a little bit in a recent stream. I feel like all the tech people that I tend to see in my close surroundings tend to all somewhat agree on that notion that it is a better company led by Tim Cook, including you, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong. But I really struggle with that. For one, I do have some, romanticism for Steve Jobs. I think there were a lot of things that were really good about him. And I don't know if I fully agree with that consensus. One reason is because like Apple almost failed twice, I believe, when Steve Jobs left. And so now he's left again. And the question is, what makes things any different? Is Tim Cook that fantastic? Also, like early on, because I think one of the arguments was that at this point in the game, the phone market is saturated to a point. There's a lot of different options. So it's about, incremental upgrades. Tim Cook can run the company better in that climate. But I feel like Steve Jobs operated in a very similar climate when he was creating the Mac in the first place, but I may be wrong. So I don't know if it's better. I think Tim Cook's a great leader, but why do you think it's better?
All right, boys, fight.
So I can definitely understand where you're coming from when you have the romanticism about Steve Jobs. Obviously, he was a great product visionary. He made some of the most amazing products ever, and in that regard, he is, was, and will ever be a thousand times better than Tim Cook at the helm because he made the best product possible. But the climate is not what it used to be. Like the competition is not nearly, it wasn't nearly as stiff back then as it is right now. Everybody today is coming for Apple's neck, and the market has changed. What the market needs has changed. And the argument that everybody, or John and me, made is that we don't think Steve Jobs would have been willing to capitulate to what the market needs today, the way that Tim Cook has. Steve Jobs was vehemently against bigger iPhones. He felt like the iPhone should always be usable with one hand. He didn't want to make bigger iPhones. He famously said that he wasn't really about a stylus. His quote was, "What's a stylus?" So like, what is that? He wasn't about a stylus, but we see that the iPad and Apple Pencil has been a big success.
Yeah.
So Steve Jobs, obviously, like I said, he was one of the greatest CEOs ever. But for what the market needs today, like John Prosser keeps saying, the market needs innovation, not compromise. I don't know if Steve Jobs would have been willing to compromise as much as he would have needed to lead Apple to where they've gone since Tim Cook took over and where they need to go from here on out. And that's all we're saying.
Yeah, but didn't Apple kind of get where it was in the past, in the 80s and the 90s and the early 2000s because he didn't compromise?
What do you mean? Because he didn't compromise?
Because he didn't compromise on his vision, that he was so strict about his vision. And
absolutely right.
He was aggressive.
Right.
He was an aggressive leader, to sometimes to a fault, but his vision was execute. The vision that he had for the iPhone is what created the iPhone. And I feel like all the other companies around him were, back in the day when, he was competing more so with Windows regarding personal computers. I feel like they were probably compromising and making safe products while he was making products out of his vision. And so I guess my question is, like, now that the visionary's gone, who has built this epic pyramid that is Apple, how does Tim Cook not fall into being every other company? Does that make sense?
How does Tim Cook not fall into being every other company?
Yeah, like how does without the reason Apple was
any other CEO,
ended up,
is that what you mean?
Maybe the reason Apple ended up to being such a monolithic company and being such a special company is because the sort of unrelenting vision of Steve and his ability to execute that, and his sort of maniacal, obsessive way of going about that. So I think that's what separates him from all the other tech companies out there, all the way through the progression of the company. And whenever he left, the company notoriously started to make a lot of negative decisions, and they kind of, what I'm worried about is they're going to fall into the mush of all the other companies without a visionary.
But listen, we only get one great visionary per lifetime usually, and there will never be another Steve Jobs. Nothing Tim Cook will ever equate to the vision that Steve Jobs had for Apple. So Apple is becoming a very different company from the one that we grew up with. That's just something that we have to accept. It's never going back to the way it was. And that's part of the reason why Tim Cook is better fit for Apple right now, because what the market needs and what the market is dictating right now is not what Steve Jobs was good at. Steve Jobs was good at crafting the needs of the world to what he saw, what was going on inside of his mind. Mm-hmm. He practically set the market because he could do that. But we are in an age where the market is pretty set, and the market is now dictating what these companies need to do. And Tim Cook is better fit to adapt to the market that Apple needs to adapt to. Like last year, Apple was like, at first they came out with the iPhone 10, which was like $1,000. The market clearly rejected that because iPhone started dropping year over year after that.
Okay.
So last year, Tim Cook introduced the 10R, which is a lower entry level budget iPhone, if you will. and that ended up being the best-selling iPhone of the year.
Yeah.
So this is what the market is dictating now. The market is dictating that they don't want $1,000 phones. They don't want to pay that much for a smartphone anymore. Yeah, you can still sell them, but you need to have something more consumer friendly, more price friendly to the average consumer. So Tim Cook recognized that, and he introduced that new product SKU with the iPhone XR, and again this year with the iPhone 11. And remember, this year he dropped the 11 $50. So he's even capitulating to the market more, trying to get the iPhone into more hands. And plus, the game has changed this year. Like I said in my podcast the other day, the iPhone is no longer the destination. The iPhone is just a means to an end now. Apple's goal right now is to get the iPhone in as many hands as possible because they want to sell services. So Tim Cook is leading that transition. And for Apple, they're transitioning from a hardware company into a services company because there's not much left to do in the hardware space. I mean, yes, they still have to keep making hardware, but Apple is going to make the bulk of their money moving forward off of services. And Tim Cook understands that, and that's why he is the CEO.
So you don't think that Steve would add services to their line of services or products, I guess?
Steve Jobs
or put an emphasis on it.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. I don't think he would. I definitely don't think he would put the emphasis on services that Tim Cook is putting on services. Steve Jobs was a hardware guy first and foremost. That was his thing. He wanted to make the perfect product for Apple. I don't know. Like, I'm not going to say that he wouldn't have been able to make the transition to services, but that wasn't his strong suit.
What I worry about is, Tim Cook and the whole Apple team, their ability to create distinct products in the long term. Obviously, the market, like what you're saying, you can't argue with that. The market is responding to them positively in the short term, but how do we maintain a distinct Apple in the long term? Like, I do think whoever's in charge needs to be really brave in the stuff that they're presenting to the market.
Right.
Go
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, you're asking how do we maintain that distinct Apple feel that we have, and I don't know if they have the right people in place to maintain that. I think like you say, I think they're falling back into the norm slowly but surely, because the way you maintain that feeling of what you're talking about is coming out with new revolutionary products. But I don't know if Apple has the personnel in place to come out with another breakthrough product. They don't Unfortunately, Steve Jobs is no longer here. So they don't have that revolutionary or that visionary at the helm of the company to come out with those type of products. And their top designer just left the company. So Johnny Ive is no longer at Apple. So Steve Jobs passed away. Johnny Ive is gone. So those visionaries that were at the top of the food chain are not there. So now Apple has a business or more business-centric person running the company. So I don't know if we're ever going to get back to the Apple.
Go well for them last time. That's what I'm concerned about, right? Because it was John Scully, I believe.
But I think Tim Cook is 1,000 times smarter than that guy. So
sure, and I'm not saying. Listen, I think Tim Cook is I am not completely unsatisfied with what Tim Cook has done. I think he's he seems to be a good guy, and he seems to know how to run a company.
Seems to have a good home life.
Yeah, and I have a lot of hope for him. But I guess my point is whenever Apple has been ran by business-minded people, Apple has not served Apple well. So I just wonder if history is going to repeat itself. That's what I'm worried about.
Oh yeah, and you have every right to be worried about that, because unfortunately history does have a way of repeating itself. So I don't know. It's hard to tell.
The fact that they have this history will help them out, though.
But as Janosen says in the chat here, he says they have the foundation in place. They have control of the hardware and the software, which is always nice. No other company has that like Apple does. Yep. And not sacrificing quality or pushing out features when they're not ready. That's not hard to deviate from. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like he said, Tim Cook is doing smart things with compromise. Tim Cook knows what he's doing, but I don't think we're going to see like the revolutionary product that Steve Jobs brought to market. I don't think we're going to get back to that point. But Apple will be
the next person, other like in the tech industry that's not cars, because I know Elon Musk is.
About the Elon Musk is the next. He's the one right now. Other than him,
who's gonna be like flipping the laptop industry on its head? Or
Elon's the only one that's out there right now that I know of.
Or the phone industry.
I don't know, to be honest. I'm not sure. Like James
Or are
was
we just
saying,
gonna plateau for the next couple of years?
Mhm.
I think we're already a plateau. To be honest with you, in the
Yeah.
smartphone
Oh,
game,
absolutely.
the
I feel
smartphone,
that. Yeah.
the smartphone game has plateaued. The next revolution in smartphone is not hardware; it is software and AI.
Mm. I agree with that. Absolutely.
AI is where we're moving forward, and if you're not on board with that, then you're going to be missing the boat because AI is the
AI is
future.
augmented reality, right?
Mhm. Yeah. Right.
No,
Gotcha.
no, AI is artificial intelligence.
Artificial intelligence.
Although,
I said
although,
AR.
sorry.
Sorry.
yeah, I say AI, but augmented reality will be a part of that too. So you're right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree, and I think that there's a lot of like endless interesting things to be done in software. I think iOS 13, I was able to update to it today, and I'm really happy with it.
That
And
is
it's
the
like
drama with iOS
they did
13.
some really interesting stuff.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. iOS 13 it's good, but it has some bugs in it right now. They need to clean that up.
Well, as always, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's nothing major, but I've noticed a couple of things they need to clean up with that. But yeah, I think Apple is in a good spot. They're not going away anywhere. They're going to be strong for as long as me, you, and Christina are alive. I mean,
And that's all really that matters.
Yeah,
for
really.
kids, right?
but
I
in
do,
terms-
you know,
Okay.
it's like if you think about the different feels you get from any given company, right? When you think about Apple, at the peak, you know, and Steve Jobs was healthy and he was running it and everything was going really well. He, you know, maybe right after he introduced the first or second iPhone, I guess, there was just such like Apple had this incredibly like rebellious, amazing awesomeness about them, and now they seem to be kind of falling in with everybody else, which concerns me. And then, but you contrast what they feel like now with, like, you know, everything Elon Musk is doing, and he's launching rockets and he's building flamethrowers and he's, you know, Tesla, and he's trying to make a tunnel that goes, you know,
Right.
from LA to
Yep.
wherever in like 27 seconds. And all, like, it feels, I want companies in our society that have that grit about them. And it takes bravery as a leader to create companies with that grit. And both Steve Jobs and Elon Musk had this insanity. They were semi-insane in the sense that they were a little bit crazy, and they have come up with they come up with these ideas, and because they don't sleep, they make all these ideas actually happen. They lead people sometimes in questionable manners, but they do miraculous things. And I don't know if business, like the people who are running a company like Apple now and all the other tech companies, it's hard to find the people out there who can achieve that.
Yeah.
And I think that's important for society.
Yeah. So two things here. Steve Jobs and Elon Musk are once in a lifetime generational figures. So it's going to be hard to replicate what they've done for society. And number two, and probably the more important and immediate concern, is government and the way government wants to regulate big tech. That has a large impact on what happens in the future and what people can and can't do with these tech companies. So it's going to be that much harder to find a Steve Jobs or Elon Musk when you have government trying to jump in and regulate every damn thing. So I don't know, man. It's going to be hard. Not saying it's impossible, but it's going to be a lot harder than what it was before without the government meddling and everything. So I don't know.
Right. Yeah.
But yeah, I definitely feel you're concerned about Apple declining into the normal instead of being the exception, because they don't have the visionary in place no more. So I mean,
and you know, and this is like you were saying, Steve Jobs is a once in a lifetime figure, and one way he's once in a lifetime figure in the sense that he was visionary, but also in the way that he was a communicator. Like, I love to just watch him. Watch old keynotes from him, or just conversations, or even I watched a video of him a while back, got on this little Steve Jobs obsession, where he was introducing, I think it might have been the first Apple store, and he was walking through and just talking about everything that they did. And now, you know, you go, like, it's what happens in an Apple store and it's normal to us. But when he was explaining it, he had like this childlike wonder in his eyes as he was telling us about how everything's going to work in the Genius Bar. He was able to communicate ideas in such a profound and he was able to construct narratives that were very compelling. And his keynotes, when he'd get up on stage, you wouldn't like want to turn away, because he was so, not that I was there for the first iPhone, I was like young, but
Dude, if
but
Steve got Big Bird and like himself on stage.
Now we got Big Bird on stage.
No.
Now
Listen,
but it's
if we
different now.
got got Big Bird and Steve, Apple would be unstoppable.
Oh yeah.
Well,
yeah.
you know, apparently there was a rumor that Apple and Disney almost merged when Steve Jobs went live. That would have been interesting.
Can you imagine the freaking monopoly?
Yep, it'd be crazy.
There would be a lawsuit.
Oh, absolutely. Again, with the government trying to regulate everything, they will block that in a heartbeat, or try to anyway.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, I think I'm ready to like call it a night. I've been here for a while. I think between this and earlier, it will be damn near over 8 hours I've been streaming tonight.
On his own stream.
I think we broke him.
No, I've been live streaming for like 8 hours today. I think I'm about to chill out. So thank you to Kimberly for joining me. Thank you to Zach, and thank you to Christina and James for joining me tonight. And for all you all that are been chilling for me for all day today, some of you probably been chilling me for the whole like 8 hours I've been on live today, which is kind of nutty. But thank you guys for hanging. All right, what you know what I'm talking about? He says, wait. Viper, what's this about Apple buying Sony? Yeah, I talked about this yesterday. There are some rumors that Apple might be in talks to purchase Sony Pictures, which is interesting. I was about to ask Christina until I remember she doesn't watch the Marvel movie, but if Apple purchases Sony, then the rights of Spider-Man go back to Marvel, which is very, very interesting.
We had somebody at McDonald's that looked like Peter Parker the other day.
Which Peter Parker though? Oh, you mean Tom Holland?
The first one.
No, Seabiscuit guy.
Oh, Tobey Maguire. Okay.
Tobey Maguire. Tobey Maguire.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks for having us on. We appreciate it.
Yeah. Thanks for letting us rant with you.
No problem. Hey, you guys know that you are welcome on here anytime. No doubt, man.
Mm-hmm. Keep me in the loop on upcoming streams too.
Of course. You know where to find me every Friday night.
Oh yeah.
I am here.
All right, you guys, it's your boy Viper.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot you liked him fart. So again, thank you guys for hanging out with me. I'll probably have some iPhone videos out this weekend. I got a bunch of case videos to get through. Obviously, I got to make a first impression video and all that good stuff. So keep it locked on the main channel for all the iPhone content that you can want and then some. But I'm about to go relax for the rest of my evening. But until the next time, people. She went back. She's breaking my concentration, man. She's breaking my concentration. But until the next time, this your boy Viper, the man about tech. You know where to find me. So come back for more. She broke my concentration, man.